Hello, this is the Parliament Channel, and it's day 4 of the Standing Finance Committee, day 4 of day 5. Members today will be examining 8 heads of expenditure of the national accounts budgeted for 2024-2025, beginning with the Tobago House of Assembly. The THA for 2025 has been allocated $2,580,755,600. That is an increase of $22,755,600 over the 2024 allocation. Up next will be the Central Administrative Services Tobago, which has been allocated $29,925,500, and that is a decrease of $1,574,000. The Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries will be the third head to be examined, and they have been allocated $725,570,800. That is a decrease of $51 million. The Office of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Legal Affairs will be the fourth head of expenditure today, and they have been allocated $418,131,000. That is a decrease of $5,316,000. The Office of the Prime Minister will be examined today, and the allocation there is $823,796,200. That is an increase of $161,146,676. The Industrial Court has been allocated $28,268,700, and that is a decrease of $760,000. Next will be the Equal Opportunity Tribunal with an allocation of $3,865,800. That is a decrease of $1.3 million. And the final head of expenditure to be examined on day 4 is the Judiciary with an allocation of $594,318,825, and that is a decrease of $52,541,115. So 8 heads of expenditure today. We have 8 more heads of expenditure to be examined on day 5 of the Standing Finance Committee. Now you may be wondering, well, once the Standing Finance Committee ends, what comes next? Well, the budget report will be, the Standing Finance Committee report, will be taken back to the House, the main House. Then the budget will be taken to the Senate for debate, and that Senate debate should start sometime next week or perhaps on Friday. But of course, we will be keeping you in touch here, so do not leave the Parliament channel. We have lots in store for you today, tomorrow, and in the coming days. So the Chairman of the Standing Finance Committee, Honorable Bridget Anisette George, is making her way into the chamber. So we'll be taking you to the chamber now for day 4 of the Standing Finance Committee.
Morning, everyone. Kindly have a seat. So good morning, everyone. The meeting of the Standing Finance Committee will resume. I turn to the Leader of the House.
Yeah, Madam Chair, good morning. Good morning to all. May I kindly request a 10-minute adjournment, please?
Okay, so honorable members, having regard to the fact that we can't yet start, I will accede to that request. I hope by then the line minister responsible.
Madam Chair, is this a reflection on the government side about the cancellation of the PNM's internal election and convention? They have collapsed this morning.
Well, I can't certainly talk about any reflections on anything. Okay, so the Standing Finance Committee meeting is now suspended for 10 minutes. I do apologize to the members from the THA who are here and present. We will certainly try to make up the time because we know you have flights to catch. Okay, so this meeting is now suspended. It's 10:03, so we'll be back here at 10:15. Acting Leader of the House, please find the Minister of Finance.
I will endeavor to do so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can you have a seat, everyone? This meeting of the Standing Finance Committee will resume. Again, I have to apologize. There has been an emergency. Word has just come. I've been told we will be in a position to resume and proceed by 10:35. So I crave your indulgence. I apologize sincerely to all who are present. And I again ask that we suspend and resume at 10:35. At that time, going ahead. Okay? Morning again, everyone. Kindly have a seat. The meeting of the Standing Finance Committee will now resume. Head 15, Tobago House of Assembly. Head 15, Tobago House of Assembly, $2,580,755,600. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Madam. You caused that, you know. Right. Thank you, Madam Chairman. The Tobago House of Assembly is the main government institution charged with the responsibility of delivering goods and services to the residents of Tobago. These areas are laid out in the 5th schedule of the Tobago House of Assembly Act No. 40 of 1996. The Assembly comprises 11 divisions, similar to ministries in Trinidad. Each division is headed by an administrator as accounting officer, similar to a permanent secretary in Trinidad, who provides oversight, policy alignment, and adherence to the principles of accountability and transparency with the aim of providing welfare, net welfare, in public service delivery, in keeping with both the national, central government and assembly goals and initiatives. I will, as we go through, highlight the critical socio-economic policy areas that the administration has highlighted, such as strengthening the governance and constitutional framework between the THA and the central government, digitalization of the THA, enhancing the THA's fiscal and financial management system, modernization of the accounting system, economic stimulation, development of an education system and architecture that links knowledge products, teaching methodologies and outcomes with real-world problems, enhancing agricultural production, development of a healthcare and social protection system, and so on. These are all the intentions of the House of Assembly for fiscal 2025.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $2,580,755,600 for Head 15, Tobago House of Assembly, shall stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $2,580,755,600 for Head 15, Tobago House of Assembly, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of development program. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies, 001, Tobago House of Assembly. And therefore, members, because it's now all covered in the draft estimates, we will now move on to the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure of statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. So we are at page 23 of that book, Division 01, Assembly Legislature, subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Services, Minor Equipment Purchases, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, item 007, Households. Division 02, Office of the Chief Secretary, we are at page 25. Subhead 01, Personnel Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. Item 007, Public Administration. Item 011, Planning. Item 012, Land Management, member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Now that the government has regrouped, we could get on with the business of this morning's meeting. You will pronounce on whether you all have regrouped or arrived. Minister, 012 is categorized as a new item. Could we get some details on how this will be dealt with in the fiscal year?
I'm advised that previously they were contracted employees, and now the intention is to have establishment personnel. So that
but
NAS would be required.
okay, all right,
Okay?
all right, thank you.
Item 013, Labor. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Information. Member for Couva South.
Minister, the underline item or sub-item 16, contract employment, $5 million. Could we get some information in terms of how this $5 million will be spent?
Give me some more clarity. What's the exact line item?
Contract employment.
I know, but under which one?
On page 27.
Over there.
And item
Under information you're talking about?
Yes, that's where we are.
Because
Seems
there's
to be
contract.
totally in a
Member for Couva South, Seas and Settle. So 002, 16, 5 million. Unit is responsible for public information and communication by the THA to residents of Tobago, and it has been expanded in 2025, or the intention is to expand it in 2025 to do more public information, and that's why there's an increase of $500,000.
Thank you.
Item 007, Public Administration. Item 008, Tobago Emergency Management Agency. Member for Point of Pear, we are at pages 28 and 29.
Correct. Thank you, Madam Chair. Morning. Minister, line item 36 on page 29, extraordinary expenditure. In the revised estimate in 2024, $52.7 million was spent, and it's a reduction and gone back to 2.1 for 2025. Could you state what this expenditure was about?
We would have given them an additional $50 million in the mid-year for the oil spill cleanup.
For the oil spill?
Yeah. So there's no provision in 2025 of that nature for the oil spill.
And as a follow-up, could I ask if there are any outstanding expenditures that related to this oil spill that is not allocated for 2025 and could arise at some point in time?
Right. I don't want to get into too much detail with respect to this matter, but as you may be aware, the Minister of Energy went to Europe, I believe. Was it Europe? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Minister of Finance. Madam Chair, as I said just yesterday, the state has reached out to and succeeded in its request to a body called the IOPC, which is an international body that deals with oil spills. They have acceded to our submission that Trinidad and Tobago, and in particular the oil spill in Tobago, should fall within that IOPC fund. And they have accepted, the whole body, and agreed, and it is an order of the IOPC, that the government's legitimate and reasonable expenditure will be reimbursed by the IOPC. And that, of course, includes claims from Tobago and the THA, We have already begun submitting those claims. We've made 2 submissions to them already that are being processed. I will lead a team in the next few weeks to the IOPC to continue that discourse and to provide them with the further updates on the processing of our claim at this stage. And they were here literally, I think, last week. At this stage, they have indicated that all is in order, and we, the taxpayers, can expect to receive reimbursement for our legitimate and reasonable claims, which of course will include what the Minister of Finance is referring to, i.e. the claims from the THA that fall within that category.
Right, and just let me add further clarification. I met with the newly appointed Secretary for Finance in the THA before the budget was finalized. This matter came up, and I sought advice, and I informed the Secretary for Finance of the THA that the claim should be sent to the Ministry of Finance for onward transmission to the Minister of Energy, who would then send those claims in to this International Oil Spill Fund. Okay?
So, as a follow-up, thank you, Minister. As a follow-up, if there are outstanding expenditures related to this oil spill, are you saying, based on what you just said, that those additional expenditures outstanding should be sent to the Ministry of Finance?
That is what I told the Finance Secretary, that send all the claims to me, and I will then pass them on to the Minister of Energy, who will then submit them to the International Oil Spill Contingency Fund.
But is it then to say that those individuals or contractors would not be paid until those claims are refunded? Well, that's how I'm getting it from you.
Well, we sent the 50 million, and there are some additional, it is said, told to me, that there are some outstanding payments, but these things have to be audited and checked. We are in no position to do that. We gave them a lump sum of 50 million. I'm told there are some additional expenses that need to be covered, and that will be sent to me. I will send it to the Minister of Energy, who will send it to the IOPC.
Okay.
Member for Vancouver South.
To seek further information from the Minister of Finance and probably the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries. Chair, when the member for Tobago East made her contribution to the budget debate, the member indicated that she went to purchase fish, and she met a very upset individual, I think from within the Tobago West, sorry. And could the minister inform this meeting if all claims arising out of the Tobago fisherfolk community that were impacted by this particular spill has been fully settled?
I just want to make it clear, we're dealing with a particular line item here, extraordinary expenditure.
Yes.
Let me finish, please. I did not interrupt you. And we gave the THA an additional $50 million under this line item in 2024 out of general revenues, okay? Mm-hmm. We have allocated $2.1 million for this line item for 2025. The process for recovery of damages and losses and so on by persons over there is through the THA. They would make their claims to the THA. The THA will pass the claims on to the Ministry of Finance. The Ministry of Finance will pass them on to the Ministry of Energy, who will submit the claims to the International Oil Spill Committee. That's the process. It is not a process whereby the Minister of Finance, for example, is settling claims and so on. We are simply providing the funds, and this is a mechanism to provide the funds.
If I may add, in addition to what the Minister of Finance has quite rightly said, the IOPC has appointed a claims manager in Trinidad. That claims manager's representatives went to Tobago. I believe it may have also been in collaboration with, or at least the consent of, members of the THA. And they have indicated to the fishermen the process, because the fishermen may also be able to make their own independent claims, independent of the THA and the government. The IOPC is an international body that deals with thousands of these types of claims across the world. In fact, when I was there in April, there was a submission, I believe, from the Philippines, where they literally had over 3,000 applications being made by fishermen that claim to have been affected by an oil spill in Manila in the Philippines.
And if I could just, my last comment, because I know during the deliberations of this particular meeting and previous meetings, the Minister of Finance has always displayed a sense of focus on the people of Tobago. We were merely trying to find out, based on the submission and the movement of claims from the THA to your ministry, to the Ministry of Energy and so on, if indeed they are outstanding based on what you would have had sight to or for preview to, Minister.
There must add some clarity. We did not ask the THA to give us full justification for the 50 million we spent to them, okay? That was just a global estimate based on an assessment of what we thought an initial release of funds should be. But we don't get involved in the adjudication of claims. We are simply a conduit for the release of funds. So it is not for me to say whether they are outstanding claims or not. I have to receive that information from the THA, and I have not yet received the documentation that I asked for from the Finance Secretary with respect to additional claims that were not covered by the 50 million. What I would also say, I saw complaints in Tobago from certain fishermen groups that said, look, they didn't receive any money. That is not our responsibility. We sent the THA 50 million. It's up to the THA to decide what to do with that 50 million. They could have paid contractors that were employed to clean up the oil. They could have paid fishermen. That is their responsibility. My responsibility is simply to be a conduit for funds. I don't get involved in the adjudication of these claims, okay, because of the separation of authority between Trinidad and Tobago, all right? I just provide money to the THA and support them as best as I can.
I note your comments with respect to the separation, but as Minister of Finance, you are committed to the preservation of the unitary state of Trinidad and Tobago.
Obviously, always and forever.
Item 010, Information Systems Department. Item 011, Planning. Item 012, Land Management. Item 013, Labor. Item 014, Occupational Safety and Health. Yes, member for Couva South.
Yes, Madam Chair, and through you, Minister, if we could. Yes, and contract employment again, and in keeping with this whole question that we just dealt with, the oil spill and so on, and this contract employment of $2.5 million, any of this portion or some of this particular sum of money will be spent on probably recruiting occupational safety and health inspectors to prepare the THA to deal with further industrial accidents or oil spills and so on in the future?
Well, a member for Couva South is an experienced former trade unionist. You should know that the occupational safety and health framework, the legislation, is designed to deal with compliance within the workplace. So that does not apply in this situation. It is the Tobago Emergency Management Agency that would have responsibility for the things you are talking about. This is for compliance with respect to the labor laws within the workplace, within the ambit of the THA. And you should know that.
So there is no collaboration between OSHA and the TIMA?
With respect to compliance, with respect to conditions within the workplace, OSH is a separate entity with its own authority that deals with compliance with respect to the labor laws within the workplace. TIMA deals with emergencies. Of course, the OSH agency will straddle all units and divisions, but the OSH's responsibility is for compliance to labor laws within the workplace.
Item 015, Urban and Regional Planning Department. Item subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 011, general administration. Item 002, information. Item 007, public administration. Item 008, Tobago Emergency Management Agency. Yes, Member for Vancouver South?
With respect
We are
to,
page-
yeah, 01 vehicles and so on. Minister, this allocation of 600,000, given in recent times climate change and whatever has been impacting upon Trinidad and Tobago, is this some adequate respect to the Tobago Emergency Management Agency having an adequate fleet to respond to natural disasters and so on, which may occur in time?
Advised by the public servants is that there is a plan to purchase a vehicle in 2025, but they also operate on a rent-lease basis, so that it wouldn't necessarily be an acquisition. What you also need to know is that the THA is unique in that they get a block sum, and they have the authority to move money around inside of there without having to seek the approval of the Minister of Finance. So as you see the amount of line items that they have. So the THA can, on its own volition, move money from any other line item into this item if need be. So they have plans to purchase a vehicle in 2025, and if they need more, they can just take it from some other area and supplement.
Thank you very much.
Item 010, Information Systems Department. Item 011, Planning. Item 012, Land Management. Item 013, Labor. Item 014, Occupational Safety and Health. Item 015, Urban and Regional Planning Department. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. Member for Vancouver South.
Under 04, Farmland Development, could we get some details on how this $26 million will be spent in relation to farmland development?
The
04,
009.
yes, Minister.
Yes.
Right? It's for development of 50 acres of agricultural lands at Argyle. A contract was issued in the amount of $27 million, VAT inclusive, for that. So the 26 million is for that.
Thank you.
Okay?
Division 03, Finance, Trade and the Economy. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Finance and Accounting. Item 003, Customs. Member for Vancouver South.
Thank you very much. Minister, with respect to 003 Customs and so on, and you have that allocation of 03, $5.2 million with respect to overtime. And I know that the the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority is being rolled out. Is there, see, you're very engrossed with your phone. And I know you love it. Yeah. No problem. Given what is unfolding with the rollout of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority and in the context of customs and even the Board of Inland Revenue. Could you provide some light how you plan to deal with this allocation going forward?
I'm glad you brought it up. It is actually an interesting point because that has been a point of serious discussion between the THA and myself as to exactly how the Revenue Authority would operate in Tobago and who would be doing the revenue collection and so on.
Yeah.
Revenue collection, of course, is done by customs and done by Inland Revenue. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm advised at this point in time that the Inland Revenue officers are employed by the Ministry of Finance and deployed to Tobago, and customs is a kind of a split arrangement. So we are looking at it now to see how to rationalize it, because the fifth schedule indicates that revenue collection in Tobago should be done by the THA. So we are looking at it to see how to rationalize it so it's consistent with the revenue laws. We haven't reached a final conclusion yet. But what will happen, of course, is that the revenue will be collected in Tobago and deposited into a special account of the THA. That will continue. It is just the question of who is in charge and would have oversight over the persons resident in Tobago who are actually doing the collection. Okay, that hasn't been settled yet.
Yeah, thank you.
Right.
Item 004, Inland Revenue. Item 013, Cooperatives. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Finance and Accounting. Item 003, Customs. Item 004, Inland Revenue. Item 008, Budget Division. Item 012, Consumer Affairs. Item 013, Cooperatives. Item 015, Financial Literacy Secretariat. Item 018, Communication Unit. Item 019, Economic Management and Research Unit. Item 021, Strategic Sector Support Unit. Item 022, Business Development Unit. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. We're at page 43. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Finance and Accounting. Item 003, Customs. Item 004, Inland Revenue. Item 008, Budget Division. Item 012, Consumer Affairs. Item 013, Cooperatives. Item 015, Financial Literacy Secretariat. Item 018, Communication Unit. Item 019, Economic Management and Research Unit. Item 021, Strategic Sector Support Unit. Item 022, Business Development Unit. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. We are at page 46. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. Member for Vancouver South.
With respect to 29, the tourism and hospitality sector support, Minister, just some details about the $5 million expenditure for 2025.
Apparently, this item was in the Office of the Chief Secretary before. It's now been transferred to the Division of Finance, Trade and the Economy. So it's simply movement from one place to another. With respect to what they're going to spend the $5 million on, I would have to get details of that for you. Okay? I can't tell you all.
Division 04, Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment, and Sustainable Development. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, we're at page 47. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Agriculture. Member for Couva South.
With respect to 14, remuneration to members of cabinet-appointed committees, the new sub-item, which committee is being formed, Minister?
It's a new sub-item. Committee has the responsibility for coordination of mega farming development in Tobago. Mega farming. Big farming.
Thank you, thank you. You seem to be very...
Item 003, Marketing. Item 004, Natural Resources and Forestry. Item 005, Marine Resources and Fisheries. Item 006, the Environment. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, we are at page 49. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Agriculture. Item 003, Marketing. Item 004, Natural Resources and Forestry. Item 005, Marine Resources and Fisheries. Item 006, the Environment. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, we are at page 53. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Agriculture. Item 003, Marketing. Item 004, Natural Resources and Forestry. Item 005, Marine Resources and Fisheries. Item 006, the Environment. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, we are at page 55. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Item 007, Households. Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, with respect to 03, Food Box Initiative, it is classified as a new sub-item and $5 million will be spent. Could you provide the meeting with some details as it relates to the initiative and how the $5 million will be expended?
I am advised that the Food Box Initiative aims to provide families in Tobago with a box of nutritious, locally produced food items, fostering healthy eating habits, supporting local farmers, and promoting sustainable agricultural practices. Do you want any more information? You know what a food box is, right? It's a box that has locally produced vegetables and poultry and that sort of thing in it.
Minister, you seem to be in a very enlightening mood this
Yes.
morning.
Illuminating.
How many families are targeted and so on? You have that information?
I know in Trinidad the food box costs us about $250, $300 for one, so do the maths.
Hope you don't have any farms in Tobago that may be supplying.
I have no...
008, Subsidies. Item 009, Other Transfers. Division 05, Tourism, Culture, Antiquities and Transportation. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, we're at page 56. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Tourism. Item 007, Culture. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Tourism. Item 006, Transport. Item 007, Culture. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Tourism. Item 006, Transport. Item 007, Culture. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. We are at page 60. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Transfers. Yes, Member for Couva South.
The line item description, the 21, the Tobago Festivals Commission Limited, and $24 million will be spent, an increase of $4 million. Minister, what would have necessitated this $4 million increase?
No, that is 20. What I'm told is that the expenditure quite often is more than 20 million. If you look at the 2024 estimates, original provision was 20, revised 20, but what I'm being told is that they need a little bit more for their festivals. I mean, you have Tobago Heritage Festival, etc. And therefore, they have been allocated an additional 4 million this year for that. Okay.
Division 06, Education, Research and Technology. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Primary, Secondary and Vocational Education. Member for Couva South. We are at page 62.
Minister, with respect to 05, Government's contribution to NIS, I see there's a decrease of $2 million. Any reason what would have contributed to this decrease?
There were payment of arrears in 2024,
Okay,
which are not required in 2025.
2025.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Item 003, Library Services. Item 004, School Feeding Program. Item 007, Tobago Council for Handicapped Children, Happy Haven School. Item 008, Tobago School for the Deaf, Speech and Language Impaired. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Couva South.
With respect to 43, Minister, I see it is a new sub-item, security services. What would have necessitated this that led to an allocation of $1.8 million?
64.
I'm advised this was paid out of a different division. Now, you will realize that when you look at all these divisions, a lot of repetition of these similar items, okay? So they're going to get for me the actual division this was paid out of before, but it's now been transferred to this because they're being told, they have been told this is the appropriate place for it to be, okay? But I'll find out where it came from, okay. which department it came from before. Okay, it's not that it is new. It is just that it was somewhere else before, and it has now been reflected in this particular division of Education, Research and Technology. Okay?
No problem.
Item 002, Primary, Secondary and Vocational Education. Item 003, Library Services. Item 007, Tobago Council for Handicapped Children, Happy Haven School. Item 008, Tobago School for the Deaf, Speech and Language Impaired. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. We are at page 67. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Primary, Secondary and Vocational Education. Item 003, Library Services. Item 007, Tobago Council for Handicapped Children, Happy Haven School. Item 008, Tobago School for the Deaf, Speech and Language Impaired. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Item 006, Educational Institutions. Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, the projected expenditure for 2025 has moved to $17 million, an increase of $4.6 million. Could you advise the meeting what will be done additionally as it respect in relation to trade centers in Tobago?
They have restructured their trade center division, I am told, and as a result, they have increased or will be increasing the number of program offerings and the enrollment, the number of students.
Okay. And the enrollment may increase by what?
We don't have those details, but we will get them for you.
Okay, thank you.
Item 007, Households. Item member for Couva South.
Yes, Minister, 01 school feeding program is projected at $26,543,700 will be spent, an increase of approximately $6.5 million. How will the school feeding program be expanded through this spend?
If you look at this one, this is similar to a previous item on another page. If you look at the actual for school feeding for 2023, you'll see it was $34 million. Okay? Mm-hmm. So what they're doing, they're moving money around. They're telling me that this $20 million is inadequate for the expenses of the program, so they supplement it. Otherwise, what they expect to provide is 3,000 breakfasts on a daily basis, 12,000 lunches on a daily basis, to 12 early childhood centers, 41 primary schools, 9 secondary schools, and 3 special schools. Okay, but the 20 million is inadequate, it's not enough. Okay, so they supplement from other items, other votes.
Division 07, item 009, other transfers. Division 07, Community Development, Youth and Sport. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Community Development. Item 008, Sport. Item 009, Youth Affairs. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, we are at page 71. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Community Development. Item 007, Youth Energized for Success. Item 008, Sport. Item 009, Youth Affairs. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, we are at page 74. Subhead 001, General Administration. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Community Development. Item 007, Youth Energized for Success. Item 008, Sport. Item 009, Youth Affairs. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Transfers. Division 08, Infrastructure, Quarries, and Urban Development, we're at page 77. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Vancouver South.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, with respect to 08, vacant post salaries and COLA without incumbents, this $2 million will be used to recruit how many or fill how many vacant posts?
Go there. Remember, these posts have to be filled by the relevant authority. Yeah? So you will see none of them were filled.
You have a decent relationship with the Service Commission.
I do. Okay, if you say so. So that the posts have to be filled by the relevant authority. You will notice none of them were filled in 2024. We can only hope in 2025. The positions that are required to be filled, work supervisor, there's a construction division, work supervisor, engineering assistant, road officer, electrical engineer, electrical foreman, electrical supervisor. These are the critical posts that the THA is hopeful will be filled in 2025.
Item 002, Maintenance of Roads. Item 003, Maintenance of Buildings. Item 004, Transport. Item 007, Mechanical Workshop. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Maintenance of Roads. Item 003, Maintenance of Buildings. Item 004, Transport Division. Item 007, Mechanical Workshop. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, we are at page 81. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Maintenance of Roads. Item 003, Maintenance of Buildings. Item 004, Transport. Item 007, Mechanical Workshop. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, we're at page 82. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers, Member for Vancouver South.
Minister, with respect to 02, Development of Green Space, there will be $5 million is projected to be spent through an increase of a $2 million allocation. Could we get some information on the development of green space and so on?
Space is just that.
Where?
It is a space that is.
I know you're in a very enlightening mood this morning, and something would have accounted for that.
I'm glad you like it. So, the areas under consideration to be greened or made green or kept green in 2025 are Studley Park, Mackenzie Park, which is in Lambeau, James Park, which is in Scarborough. There will also be some work on roundabouts at Orange Hill, Signal Hill, Chauvin, and I cannot pronounce this word. Could you all help me?
I had a problem with Buku.
Orkenskjol. I have now got the correct pronunciation. Orkenskjol.
Tobago
Tobago, is that correct? Tobago? Orkenskjol.
Tobago is
well, I
giving you another approach.
I couldn't pronounce it before. The maintenance will include labor, tools, equipment, materials, and supplies. Okay? And that Buku thing that's still open for debate.
Division 10, Health, Wellness and Social Protection, Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Yes, Member for Cooper.
Minister, 08 vacant posts, salaries and COLA without incomes. How many existing or vacant positions you have there that needs to be filled? 3.
In the Division of Health, Wellness and Social Protection, there are quite a lot of vacant positions. 1,199.
1,109.
That's the information given to me.
So therefore, this $3 million allocation will be grossly insufficient.
You have bodies in there, people are. As occurs in Trinidad as well, you're going to have bodies in them, people acting and that sort of thing. So these are permanent appointments, and they have to make 1,199 permanent appointments to this division. It's a lot, eh? I find it's a lot. But that, right?
Item 002, Hospitals. Item 003, Health Centers. Item 004, Public Health and the Environment. Item 005, Social Services. Head 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Hospital. Item 003, Health Centers. Item 004, Public Health and the Environment. Sorry, Member for Cooper South.
Yeah, just very quickly again, Minister. 17 training is classified as a new sub-item. Yeah, 17 training is classified as a new sub-item. And there's an allocation of $100,000. Could you tell us what will be done through this training under the Public Health and the Environment?
Training is to be provided for 6 officers of the Public Health Department. 1 officer will be doing a Bachelor of Science in Environment, and 5 officers will be doing an advanced diploma.
And the sum will cover the costs entirely.
I hope so.
You hope
Otherwise, they can move funds around. Okay?
Item 005, Social Services. Item 007, Probation Services. Item 008, Litter Eradication Program. Item 009, Gender Affairs. Item 010, Emergency Social and Medical Assistance Unit. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 003, Health Services. Item 004, Public Health and the Environment. Item 005, Social Services. Item 008, Litter Eradication Program. Item 009, Gender Affairs. Item 010, Emergency Social and Medical Assistance Unit. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. We are at page 90. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Item 007, households. Member for Vancouver South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, 10 community resident for adolescent is a new sub-item. Could you provide some details on this $2 million expenditure and where it would probably be established and so on?
The community residence for children houses individuals between the ages of 12 and 18, so children, who are in need of supervision, care, and protection. These children would have been referred or will be referred by the Children's Authority or the High Court. The community residence for children is responsible for ensuring that the children placed in their care feel safe and comfortable during their stay there. The focus for this fiscal is outfitting a new location with furniture and equipment to improve the quality of service. There will also be recurrent expenditure on day-to-day activity, materials and supplies, seminars, conferences, etc.
Thank you.
Item 009, other transfers. Division 11, settlements, public utilities and rural development. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, settlement. Member for Vancouver South, we are page 91.
Yeah, 14, minister remuneration to members of cabinet appointed committees is classified as a new sub-item. Could we be advised of the nature of this committee and what it will do?
It's an oversight committee for settlements.
That's it?
Yes. Well, the THA, just like the Ministry of Housing, HEC in Trinidad, construct houses and distribute houses, and land and service lots and so on. So this is a committee that has oversight of the process in Tobago. Distribution of service lots and houses and so on, and grants and housing grants as well, as we have in Trinidad. You know, the repair grants that the Ministry of Housing gives out and so on. That's what that is for. Okay?
Thank you.
Item 004, electrical inspectorate. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, settlements. Item 004, electrical inspectorate. Item 005, rural development. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, settlements. Item 004, electrical inspectorate. Item 005, rural development. Subhead 04, we are at page 95, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. Member for Vancouver South.
Just to get from the minister, 01 Tobago Urban and Rural Housing Corporation Limited is classified here as a new sub-item. Minister, could you give us some further details how this $1.5 million will be expended by the Tobago Urban and Rural Housing Corporation Limited?
In September 2023, the THA, the Executive Council, established the Tobago Urban Rural Development and Housing Corporation to coordinate and manage urban and rural housing development projects in Tobago. And basically, this is to manage their entire housing and urban rural development agenda. And you have a board, a chairman, a deputy chairman, and members, and so on. And then you have staff, CEO, manager, finance, legal, HR, etc. So that's what this is for.
Thank you.
Division 14, Office of the Deputy Chief Secretary. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Diaspora Relations. Item 003, Energy Bureau. Item 004, Foreign Direct Investment. Item 005, Intergovernmental Relations. Item 006, Policy Monitoring and Evaluation Secretariat. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, we're at page 99. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Diaspora Relations. Item 003, Energy Bureau. Item 004, Foreign Direct Investment. Item 005, Intergovernmental Relations. Item 006, Policy Monitoring and Evaluation Secretariat. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Item 007, Households. Honorable members, we now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. We are at page 24. Consolidated Fund. Item Item 001, Pre-Investment A, Administrative Services. Item 002, Productive Sectors. I, Production and Marketing. Honorable members, item 003, Economic Infrastructure, spans 7 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. Item 003, Economic Infrastructure. B, Extension Services. D, Fishing. Yes, Member for Curaçao.
Minister, improvement to the beaches and landing facilities, and also improvement, well, all the project groups and the project description under this broad head here. Will the sums that have been allocated or projected to be spent in 2025 will bring these to fruition, or what we would call completion, or is ongoing projects?
Page 26.
Yeah.
Project Group D, Fishing. Line item 143, 144. 145?
Yeah.
Or it's 156, or that's up to 145?
No, we're on up to 156, yeah.
Yes.
Was the development program has been cut by $200 million.
I got the question. Some of the projects would be ongoing, some of them would be new projects, some of them would be projects that would be completed. It's all different, like any development program. Okay.
Thank you.
E, Forestry. F, Land Management Services. Member for Curaçao.
Agricultural, 463, Minister, Agriculture, Access Roads, Tobago. $5 million will be spent. You have an idea where this $5 million will be spent?
Total of 14 roads, equivalent to, the unit is a little confusing to me, 11,236 feet. So that would be about 2 miles, I guess.
You're not easily confused.
Yes. I'm not sure what 11,236 feet is. I suspect it's about 2 miles.
In your preparation for this meeting, I am sure that
All right.
you would have apprised yourself.
Relax. So a road in the Belmont area, if you know what that is, I know you don't know much about Tobago, was added to the road program. All of the roads involved in this, approximately 2 miles, will be finished with a 20-foot wide concrete surface, and it is expected to benefit 8 farming districts in Tobago. Okay? I am well briefed, so don't try that.
H, research and development. A, electricity. Yes, Member for Vancouver South.
Yeah. Minister, the program for 725 and 728 street lighting, program for rural electrification, and 72. Yeah.
Yeah.
We are. Yeah. As I said, Minister, I find you're out of sorts.
No, I'm trying to assist my lended staff on the left-hand side to catch up. Okay, so go ahead.
Yeah, they 500, well, I see basically there's not really an increase of what will be spent. But given the record number of murders and crime in Tobago, Madam Chair, Minister, will this $500,000 be sufficient in terms of the street lighting program and so on?
The emphasis for this particular year, 2025 fiscal, is to provide street lighting with emphasis on Mason Hall. You may know where that is. The Likoto Link Road, you might know where that is. That goes from Mason Hall to the other side of the island.
I did not interfere with the Lake San Fernando East.
Palatuvier, you may know where that is, as higher up the coast on the leeward side. And Moriah, which is in between Mason Hall and Golden Lane.
Yeah.
You know where it is? Well, I know. Okay? So that's
fully aware. Fully aware.
A, drainage and irrigation. D, tourism. G, business services. D, roads and bridges. H, sea transport. Item 004, social infrastructure, pages 33 to 34. Honorable members, item 004, social infrastructure, spans 12 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. B, primary. C, secondary. E, special education. G, educational services. A, hospitals. Yes, that's where you are?
Well,
Member for Vancouver South, we are at page 38. That's where you are?
yeah, but
Yes.
when we reach B.
B, medical and dental centers, we are at page 38.
Yeah. For Minister, construction of new health facilities. Is this a project that is already in stream, or will it be a new health center which will be constructed?
The only word I can't pronounce is Okenskyo. This is for upgrading of the Charlottesville Health Center.
Where is that?
Charlottesville is at the top of the island, the northeast tip of Tobago.
West.
Plenty people, yes. I see there's a difference of opinion in relation to the geography of Tobago between yourself and Port of Spain, North, St. Anne's
C,
West.
public health services. B, land development. A, culture. We are culture. Now, remember, I do love when we are compassionate, and I also do love when we have, a great camaraderie. But remember, we also want to be efficient. That's the overriding factor here. I have gone way ahead of land development. But I will exhibit the compassion that I've seen being exhibited here today.
Yes.
So I go back. B, Land Development, page 40. Yes, member.
497, development of land for airport relocation. Minister, $3 million again will be spent in 2025. This exercise is near completion or is fully completed in terms of development of land for persons or households that have been impacted by the construction of the new airport?
Commence yet.
It hasn't come.
No, but it's to provide housing relief for displaced persons due to the airport expansion project, through the construction of housing units in Cove and Chauvin. Engineering services have been completed, and now they're moving on to the actual construction.
Construction for how many households? 50. So, and you will not have the information how much it will cost for the 50 houses.
We'll provide it for you.
Okay, thank you.
But you know where Cove and Chauvin is, right?
Yes, yes. I know you want to venture into my colleague.
Member for Barataria San Juan.
Thank you very much. Minister, can you just disaggregate on the two sites the amount of units that will be constructed in Cove and how much will be constructed in Chauvin?
Provide that for you.
Sure.
It's a total of 50, but how many in Cove and how many in Chauvin, I'll get back to you on that.
Sure, thanks.
But they're all within close proximity, for those of us who know Tobago.
That's why I put it in roundabout. A, culture. C, sports. A, community development. C, welfare services. D, youth development. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Honorable members, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services spans 4 pages. Therefore, I will also announce the project groups. We are at page 45. A, administrative services. F, public buildings. Member for Couva South, we are at page 45 to 47, right?
502, Minister, construction of a new licensing main office, Scarborough. $2.4 million was spent in 2024. I see an allocation of $500,000 for the said project in 2025. Will this bring that new licensing main office to mean that it will take care of being fully constructed?
Yes.
And outfitted and so on also?
This is just the beginning of the project.
Just the beginning of the project. Yeah. Okay, thank you. How much the project is expected to cost?
Provide that for you.
And I hope that you will not starve the THA of the money that is needed.
I beg your pardon?
I made my point already.
I already told you that we on this side, we love Tobago. I can't speak for you.
You shelve the development
and vehicles. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $2,580,755,600 for head 15, Tobago House of Assembly, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $2,580,755,600 for head 15, Tobago House of Assembly now stands part of the schedule. I thank the Chief Administrator, the Administrator Division of Finance, and the Director of Planning. Thank you very much. Safe journey. Head 16, Central Administrative Services, Tobago. Head 16, Central Administrative Services, Tobago. Head 16, Central Administrative Services, Tobago, $29,925,500. I will now invite the Minister of State in the Office of the Prime Minister to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister.
I'm sorry. I will now invite a minister in the office, a minister in the Office of the Prime Minister to make a brief opening statement. My apologies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Central Administrative Services Tobago CAST serves as the nexus for the different arms of central government services to the island of Tobago. Embracing its core values of accountability, transparency, empathy, integrity, diversity, and confidentiality, the operations at CAST are driven by its vision to be an innovative service organization propelled by a highly competent workforce facilitating the sustainable development of Tobago. During fiscal 2023-2024, CAST implemented an enterprise content management system to facilitate the transfer of paper-based filing to a modern and user-friendly digital filing system. This notable investment of $700,000 afford the staff the ease of a swift and user-friendly filing and retrieval process, while eliminating the onerous manual document filing process. As we transition to the new fiscal, we reflect on the noteworthy achievements of the last financial period and look forward with great optimism to this new season. The management and staff stand ready to maximize every opportunity for the development and improvement of service delivery to all its stakeholders in Tobago. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $29,925,500 for Head 16, Central Administrative Services, Tobago, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $29,925,500 for Head 16, Central Administrative Services, Tobago, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We are at page 71. Subhead 01, Personnel Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. Subhead item 002, Trade and Industry. Item 005, Meteorological Services, member for Couva South.
Minister, through you, Madam Chair, Minister, with respect to 08 vacant post salaries and cost of living allowance without incumbent, I see it is classified as a new sub-item. Could you advise how many vacant posts exist and whether this $100,000 allocation will take care of filling those vacant posts?
Yes. At the Met Services in Tobago, we currently have on staff a total number of 20 public officers, 10 permanent, and vacant with bodies we have 10. We anticipate that the allocation would be able to cover the expenses and the needs.
Okay, you have the classification of the 10 vacant posts?
Yes. We have one meteorological officer 4, range 61, one meteorologist 3, range 54D. We have 2 meteorologists 2, range 53E, a meteorologist 2, 53E, one meteorological supervisor, range 48G, one meteorologist 1, range 46, one meteorological equipment repair supervisor.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, I'm not finished.
Oh.
One meteorological equipment repairman, range 40, one administrative assistant, range 35F, one senior meteorological assistant, range 32D, 5 meteorological assistant, range 1827, one chauffeur, 1, range 14, one clerk typist 2, range 19C, one store clerk, range 14.
And you are quite sure $100,000 will?
We'll manage with what we have.
You'll manage with that.
Yeah.
Don't underpay them.
Item 007, Registrar General, Member for Barrett Arisanon.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. On line item 01, salaries and cost of living allowances. Minister, can you just give us an indication of how many persons are currently employed at the Registrar General's office under this line item?
So at present at the Registrar General office, we have 10 public officers, 2 permanent and 8 vacant with bodies. You want me to go through the range, the list?
No.
Okay.
So we are, just to confirm, there are 10 positions, but only 2 permanent are filled.
That's 10 public officers at Registrar General, and of the 10 positions that we have employed, we have 2 are permanent, and then we have 8 vacant with bodies.
8 vacancies.
8 vacant with bodies, so that we have
bodies,
persons
okay.
might be active
Sure,
in
I understand.
positions. Yeah.
Minister, if you would remember, in this fiscal year 2024, there was an issue that arose with respect to employment with the Registrar General's office and the Registrar General substantive in Trinidad. There was some sort of an impasse with respect to the employees there. Has that matter been resolved?
Yes, it has been resolved. The Registrar General Department, by cabinet decision, has been transferred to the Office of the Attorney General. So this will just tie up for this fiscal year, but going forward, that will not be under CAS establishment.
So this line item will be removed from here and just go under the AG's office?
Yes, sir.
Understood, thanks.
Member for Curaçao.
Yeah, just to follow up, Minister, and you said that it will be moved to the Attorney General's office. As the Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, the Registrar General's office is fully functional. There are no problems existing at this point in time.
In Tobago, it is functional in Tobago.
No, there were some issues.
I noted the issues last year in my budget contribution.
Yes.
And we have worked towards resolving those issues.
And I expect you to keep an eye on it.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration, item 002, Trade and Industry, item 005, Meteorological Services, item 007, Registrar General. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, item 001, General Administration, item 005, Meteorological Services, item 007, Registrar General. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, item 005, Non-Profit Institutions, item 007, Households. Honorable members, we now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Consolidated Fund. We are at page 50. Item 005, Multi-Sectoral and Other Services. A, Administrative Services. F, Public Buildings. G, Equipment and Vehicles. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $29,925,500 for Head 16, Central Administrative Services, Tobago, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $29,925,500 for Head 16, Central Administrative Services, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you to the Permanent Secretary and to the other supporting officers of CAS. '77, Ministry of Agriculture. Head 77, Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, $725,570,800. I shall now invite the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and good morning to this Honourable House. Madam Chair, thank you for this opportunity to report to the Standing Finance Committee and the citizens of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Firstly, I want to express my heartfelt thanks to my colleague, Senator the Honourable Avinash Singh, Minister in the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, our Permanent Secretary, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Chief Technical Officers, and all heads of department and divisions for their unwavering dedication and support throughout my tenure as Minister for the last 2 years and a couple of months. Additionally, I wish to recognize the service of chairmen, presidents, and chief executive officers of all state agencies and statutory bodies whose committed to agriculture and plays a critical role in our nation's progress. Madam Chair, before we begin, I would like to advise a few stipulations regarding the response to follow. As the Minister of Finance has indicated, the figures presented in the draft estimates 2025, particularly the revised estimates for 2024, do not represent actual expenditure. Instead, they reflect the best available estimates at the time of printing. The final audited expenditure for fiscal 2024 will be presented later, but for now, we must work with the provisional figures provided. While our review of the allocations reveal no major challenges, we recognize that there may be instances where the allocated funding proves to be insufficient for the Ministry's need. In such cases, the Ministry will rely on virements or transfers of funds from one allocation to another. That critical operations continue without interruption. Should there be any significant shortfalls, we have the assurance from the Minister of Finance that additional allocations can be considered during the mid-year review. This flexibility allows us to respond to changing circumstances that may arise through the fiscal year. Madam Chair, the Ministry has seen a 44.9% increase in the development program allocation in fiscal 2025. The significant increase will support critical infrastructure projects, including the rehabilitation of fishing facilities and the improvement of access roads. These projects are essential for strengthening food security and expanding market for our farmers and fishermen. Despite the 10.2% reduction in recurrent expenditure, the Ministry expects no major issues, and we have committed to improving operation through the adoption of digital services. Madam Chair, on this day, which is World Food Day, I want to commit to the Honourable House and the country that we will continue to work in the interest of all concerning food and food security. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $725,570,800 for head 77, Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $725,570,800 for head 77, Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We are at page 326. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair, and a pleasant good morning to the Honourable Minister and Minister in the Ministry, along with our PS and all the other officers in the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries. And Madam Chair, as I start this morning, I just want to take this opportunity, as today being World Food Day, to express our greetings and best wishes to members of the agriculture and fisheries sector, all our farmers and fisher folk out there who continue to work on a daily basis to provide food security to our nation. Madam Speaker, as we go into the estimates of expenditure, I want to refer the Honourable Minister's attention to line item 05, Government's Contribution to NIS. Honourable Minister, this line item was estimated in 2024 at $6 million. However, what we're seeing in the revised estimates is $4.2 million. Can you kindly explain the reason for this disparity, and if it is that there's outstanding arrears there with respect to contributions?
Okay. Increase in staff will result in an increase in NIS contributions.
Minister, was there any increase in staff?
Yes, there were increase in staff and increments and acting as well.
Thank you most kindly, Minister. However, Minister, if there was an increase in staff, what we're seeing in 2023 is an actual spend of $5.49 million, but the revised estimates for 2024 is only at $4.2 million, which is a significant reduction. So if there were increases in staff, why it is that this is not being reflected in this line item?
Honourable Member, these were the figures that were given at that time for, as I said, mostly for the increase in NIS contributions, the increase in staff, and other variables.
All right, Minister. Moving on to line item 01, salaries and cost of living, and line item 2, wages and COLA. What we see here in the 2024 estimate is $41 million. However, the revised estimate is $39.7 million. I know last year the minister in the ministry would have represented you because you were not well, and we are so happy to have you back in good health today. Can you advise if it is that there are still outstanding requests for vacancies to be filled under these two line items?
Yes, there are vacancies to be filled.
Because I know since 2023, the minister had indicated that we are waiting on the Service Commission to fill those vacancies. So would you be kind enough to provide us in writing perhaps copies of the requests from the ministry to the Service Commission and for the vacancies to be filled, the positions as well?
Yes. But we took all that into consideration, because we know you were coming to ask that. So I know there was 596 positions, 235 filled, 361 vacant. And the ministry is working, as I said, the minister also said this last year, is working with Service Commission Department to fill the vacancies specifically with the Estate Constable, Agriculture, Engineer, Agricultural Officer 1, Agricultural Assistant, and Planning Officers.
Thank you, Minister. 361 vacant positions is a significant amount, and I'm really hoping that you are successful in having those positions filled to improve the efficiency of the ministry.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Item 002, Agriculture. Item 003, Animal Production and Health. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister. Minister, line item 02, wages and COLA. This line item was estimated at $5.1 million. However, the revised estimate shows $14 million. Minister, we would have discussed in the past the provision of support staff for our vets under these line item here, 02 and 01. can you indicate if there has been any success in the ministry for recruiting additional support staff for our vets?
01, recruitment, 02, sorry. Recruitment is in progress, especially with the daily pays. If you want the figures, I could give it to you. There are 298 permanent daily rated positions, 41 are vacant. The positions will be filled in fiscal 2025. That includes watchmen, vehicle drivers, and laborers. All vacant positions were advertised.
Thank you, Minister.
You're welcome.
Item 004, horticulture. Item 006, surveys and mapping. Item 007, land management. Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Honourable Minister, line item 01, salaries. Minister, I know that we had intended in 2024 to recruit additional staff in the land management division. However, I'm seeing the revised estimate is $220,000, while the estimate for 2024 was $524,500. Can you advise what is taking place with filling of those vacancies?
Okay. The division is reviewing its structure to bring positions into a modern land management framework. The ministry intends to consult with Public Management Consultant Division, PMCD, to prepare the relevant documents for consideration by the Cabinet.
Item 008, Fisheries. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, Minister, line item 01 and 02, salaries and cost of living allowance, wages and COLA. Under the Fisheries Division, Honourable Minister, through the Joint Select Committee on the Fisheries Management Bill, which we would have discussed over the last 4 years, on that bill, the recruitment of additional staff for the Fisheries Division, mainly inspectors, public health officers, and so forth, for the establishment of all those landing sites that are to be registered under the ministry. What we're not seeing here in the 2025 estimate is any room or provision for the expansion of the Fisheries Division. Can you provide some kind of explanation, or is this something that may be pushed off into 2026?
Presently, remember the Fisheries Bill is before the LRC, and from there it will come to the Parliament, and I'm sure you will be supporting the bill.
Well, it all depends on what is brought before the Parliament. Any reasonable piece of legislation, we normally will provide support from the opposition, but if there are issues that tramples on the rights of our citizens, it's something that we would have to continue. Because I know there's a lot of work that went into the previous Fisheries Management Bill that lapsed at the close of the last term, so there's no bill before the Parliament at this time. But when the matter is brought, we would discuss and look into it.
Sure.
Item 010, Forestry. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to refer the Minister's attention to line item 03, Uniform. Minister, this line item in 2024 was budgeted at $800,000 because there was outstanding requests to provide uniforms for the staff within the General Administration Unit of the Ministry. However, only $200,000 was utilized out of that $800,000. Can you give that commitment that, well, I'm seeing in 2025 only $200,000 is being allocated once more.
Okay.
So what was supposed to be purchased with that $800,000 may not be possible in fiscal 2025. Can you provide some explanation into the budgeting for this line item?
Yes. The decrease in allocation is as a result of 115 pre-larceny officers being previously covered under this sub-item. And it now goes to this new vote, and it is transferred to the predial larceny vote.
All right. Thank you, Honourable Minister, for that explanation. Moving on to line item 16 on the Goods and Service General Administration, contract employment. Minister, the actual for 2023 was 11.2 million, and the revised estimate for 2024 is 17.6 million. Can you provide us with a listing of all the new contracted position that has been filled under this line item for 2024?
Right. Okay. Remember, currently there are 27 fixed-term employees. The allocation intends to address the expected increase in employees for the Information and Communication Technology Unit, ICT, Monitoring and Evaluation Unit 4, Health and Safety Unit 11, Communications Unit 13, and the arrears arising from the ratified collective agreement between the CPO and the All Trinidad General Workers Trade Union. The Ministry is in the process of seeking approval for the renewal of contract employment for the Information and Communication Technology Unit, Legal Unit, Geographic Information Services, and Land Management Division. As I said, predial larceny has been transferred to its own line item since 2nd of the 11th month. This fiscal, this is cool. This fiscal year, 2025.
Okay, thank you for that explanation, Minister. Minister, I want to draw your attention to line item 21, repair and maintenance of building. This line item was estimated at 1.8 million in 2024. However, only 900,000 was utilized in the revised estimate. Minister, I bring your attention to this line item mainly because the office, the administrative office in Chase Village, have been closing sometimes early because of problems with ventilation, problems with the air conditioning system there. When the Ministry was doing the distribution of the snail bait and so forth, they had to close early on multiple occasions because of the same building issues. Can you indicate when these issues at that Chase Village administrative building is going to be addressed?
Honourable members, as you would know, the Chase Village office caters for all of County Caroni, and as you are very much aware, with the ramped up activity at the location and with the influx of the farmers coming to that facility, we have had some challenges in terms of the air conditioning system. And that is only because the building, having been wired way back a couple, probably 15, 20 years ago, cannot certainly contain and facilitate the influx of people. I can tell you that the air condition, there has been arrangements for the staffing to utilize other parts of the building, because you know land management also has a section in that building, and monies have been allocated on a different item for that County Caroni office to be upgraded in terms of the electrical that will cater for the air condition, the proper function of the air conditioning systems.
All right, thank you for that explanation, Honourable Minister. And I also want to draw your attention to line item 28, other contracted services. 3 million was allocated there, however, only 900,000, 900,000 was utilized out of that line item. Can you advise why it is this fund was not utilized to facilitate these works during this fiscal term?
Services for the agricultural management, public policy and change management. Presently, there are 5 consultants dealing with this.
Honourable Minister, would you be kind enough to provide us in writing the names of those 5 consultants?
Yes, I will have this for you.
Thank you.
I know we are prompt at giving the responses in writing.
Appreciate that, Minister. Line item 22, on short-term employment, 8.8 million was estimated for 2024. However, we recognize that in the revised estimate, an additional 1.2 million was expended at 10 million. Can you explain the reason for this increase in spend on the short-term employment and what these persons were utilized for?
Okay. Presently, there are 114 short-term employees supporting the work of the ministry. And the increase is to bring on some more staff in.
All right, would you be able to provide us also with a breakdown for the last fiscal term, the persons who were on short-term employment?
Okay, sure.
Thank you, Minister.
For Oropuch West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I refer the Minister to line item 23, fees. We had an actual spend of $2.3 million in 23, and around that you budgeted for $8 million spent in 2024, but I'm seeing a spend of 3.8 in 24 and a slight increase to $4 million in 2025. Can the Minister indicate, given that you would have come here last year and asked for $8 million, I'm assuming based on your previous year's spend, what would have been planned with regards to employing individuals to use this fee structure that was not done in fiscal 24? And presumably not going to be done in fiscal 25 either, given the similarity in the actual allocation.
Okay. This allocation is used to pay national flour mills, that's the rice farmers, auditing, software, and legal.
So when you came last year, you said $8 million was what you would have required to meet those obligations. But you spent, what, half of that, less than half of that. Is it that there are outstanding fees that are going to come due in fiscal 25?
Yeah. Okay. Remember, we had a raise, and it was paid. Management fees were paid in the sum of $400,000 per month.
Per month?
Per month.
Okay, so that kind of works out there. Minister, are you going into fiscal 2025 with any similar type of outstanding claims that would fall under fees?
Yes.
Would the Minister be in a position to provide a listing of what fees are outstanding and for what purposes?
Sure.
And to which agencies? Which institutions, agencies, or persons?
Right.
Yep.
Sure.
Thank you, Minister.
002 Agriculture, item 003 Animal Production and Health, item 004 Horticulture, item 006 Survey and Mapping, item 006 Surveys and Mapping. Member for Kubwa North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, under line item 28, contracted services, that 200,000 was allocated there. However, none of it was utilized. Minister, can you advise why it is this 200,000 for other contracted services was not utilized and the 400,000 for fees that was allocated to surveys and mapping, why both line item was not utilized?
Member, could you repeat the question, please?
Under surveys and mappings, other contracted services and fees, 400,000 and 200,000. Both line item was not utilized.
28.
Can you explain why?
28.
Yeah, 28 and 23.
28. Okay, thank you, Member. In 2023, the division recruited 3 persons for services in the area of repair, binding and restoration of survey plan documents, who were initially recruited under the PSIP. The division is working closely with the HR department to develop a suitable plan to undertake this exercise of survey map restoration.
All right, Minister, thank you.
The fees?
Yeah, continue.
Fees, right? 23. Contract award to Spatial Innovation for the supply of license for the ESRI software for the Cadastral Management Information System in the amount of $280,000 for a 3-year period. The Ministry will enter into discussion with the Ministry of Finance to address this expenditure.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, I want to refer your attention to line item 09, rent, lease, vehicles and equipment. Can you advise how many vehicles is functional under the Surveys and Mapping Division? And how many isn't?
Just a moment. Rental. Do you have 16? Okay. Under rental, rent, lease, vehicles and equipment, remember, the allocation will be utilized to pay rental fees for the lease of multifunctional devices. The Ministry will work with the Ministry of Finance to address all outstanding arrears. And remember, we'll provide a list of all the vehicles, numbers and so on.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister.
Have all here. Right.
Minister, I want to draw your attention to line item 43, security services. There was an increase from the 2023 to the 2024 budget from 965,000 to 1.1 million. However, this 1.1 million wasn't properly utilized. What we're seeing in the revised estimate is only 400,000 utilized out of that for security services. Can you give us an explanation for that, please?
The allocation is sufficient based on the current needs. The current provider is MTS for security services, and there are no outstanding arrears. Currently reviewing contracts to bring into alignment with the OPR regulations.
Thank you.
Item 007, Land Management, Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, line item 01, Travelling and Subsistence. Minister, this was budgeted at 1.35, same to what the actual for 23 was, 1.3. However, only 950,000 utilized here in this line item. Can you identify if there are outstanding arrears for officers under the line item Travelling and Subsistence?
Right, but this allocation that we got is sufficient to handle everything.
So there's no outstanding arrears owed to officers at this time?
No, this is sufficient.
All right, Minister, and also the 500,000 that was utilized, that was allocated for other contracted services, only 200,000 was utilized there. Can you provide us with an explanation for that line item, please? Line item 28, other contracted services.
Okay. Under the other contracted services, the allocation will facilitate the maintenance of an air purifier system.
Item 008, Fisheries. Item 010. Yes, sorry, Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Honourable Minister, line item 22, short-term employment. Honourable Minister, there has been a significant increase in the revised estimate versus the estimate, almost double there, from 398,000 to 850,000. Can you provide us with an explanation for the reason for this increase in spend under this line item? What were these officers under short-term employment hired for?
Okay. Employment of additional staff for fish landing sites, data collection for fishing vessels, fish catch, Orange Valley, Claxon Bay, Cali Bay, Alcan Bay, Maraca, Blanchisseuse, San Fernando, and Otaheite. 8 researchers and 4 catch and effort data collectors retained on short term.
Thank you, Minister. And Minister, under line item 28, other contracted services, can you advise if under this line item for other contracted services, some of it is utilized to upgrade the administrative facilities at the fish landing sites, like Calibi, Brickfield, etc.?
No.
No?
Yeah. Remember, we have other line items.
Okay. However, this other contracted services, $143,000 allocated, none of it was utilized. Can you explain why it is these funds were not utilized?
Allocation is utilized for 12 cubic bins at Alcan Bay, Chagaramas, owned by Swimcol, and used for the disposal of waste.
Oh, so it was utilized, it's just that the bills haven't been brought in as yet?
Yes.
Okay.
Item 010 Forestry. Item 011 Predia Larceny Squad. Member for Vancouver North.
Sorry, ma'am.
03 Mine Equipment Purchases. Item 001 General Administration. Item 002 Agriculture. Item 003 Animal Production and Health. Member for Vancouver North.
Thank you, ma'am. To the Honourable Minister, line item 01, vehicles. Minister, there were some vehicles that were supposed to be purchased there for this division in 2024. However, the revised estimates reflect nil. Can you explain if it is that the vehicle has been purchased and the bills, we are still awaiting the bills, etc.? What's going on with this line item for animal production?
Right. In 2024, remember, no vehicles were purchased.
But a commitment was given last year for the purchase of a vehicle for this unit, this division. And in 2025, there isn't any allocation. So is it that the ministry has aborted that plan?
Right. No. Due to the procurement process, that held back but it will be done.
Thank you. I understand that the procurement process would have been a little delayed in 2024. However, Minister, the commitment that was given to this unit that we thought would have happened in 2024, we anticipated should happen in 2025. Yeah. But there's no funds here being allocated for 2025 under this line item.
Okay, well, remember, I intend to approach the Minister of Finance on this particular item.
Thank you.
Perhaps I could come in here on page 339, 00201. Is that the item? 003. 01.
Yes.
We have asked all ministries to make their best effort to repair and rehabilitate their existing vehicles rather than engage in the purchase of new vehicles. I am certain the Ministry of Agriculture would have some vehicles that they could renovate, rehabilitate, refurbish, and put back on the road, just as we spoke yesterday with respect to the Ministry of Works.
Thank you for your intervention, Honourable Minister of
Finance. And this is why, I'm not finished. And this is why you will see in many different heads of expenditure, many different ministries and so on, you will see that there is no allocation for vehicles in 2025. This is not accidental. This is a policy of the Ministry of Finance where we are asking all ministries and departments to try to rehabilitate and bring back on the road vehicles. Some vehicles may be down for just a small item and they could bring it back for a couple $1,000s. So this is not unique to the Ministry of Agriculture. And I am certain they have vehicles they can bring back on the road.
So, well, Minister, we just got a commitment from the Minister of Agriculture that the intended purchase that was delayed in 2024 based on procurement legislation, he intends to execute in 2025. And I know the Minister of Agriculture would have been utilizing the scarce resources available to have the vehicles operational. Is it that you are now expressing some level of lack of confidence in ensuring that these vehicles remain operational within the Ministry of Agriculture to have what can be salvaged, what can be repaired and operating? And is it that you are already giving a disapproval for the request to the Minister of Agriculture? Because we just got a commitment that he intends to ask for environment to get that purchase done. So can you explain?
I think I made myself crystal clear. And if you're familiar with the University of Trinidad and Tobago location up in Tamana, by the Tamana Intech Park, when you go towards UTT, just on your left-hand side, you would see what I would call a graveyard with at least 1,000 vehicles in it. And we are insisting that all ministries and departments, rather than buying new vehicles, they look within their existing fleet and they bring them back on the road. So that is clear English, and I think you understand the government's policy position. Even if a department wants to buy a vehicle, we will send them in that direction first. And it's only when they are unable to locate a vehicle that could be easily repaired, we would then consider a virement or a transfer of funds. Okay?
Minister, I'm
so
very
even if this particular minister makes a request for acquisition of a new vehicle, we will ask this particular minister and all ministers to please look within your existing fleet and see whether you can bring vehicles back on the road rather than buying new ones. Okay?
We appreciate your intervention in this 9th and final year of your administration. Honourable Minister, that graveyard has been created over the last 9 years, and we really hope that you would have been enlightened a lot earlier in your terms. However, Honourable Minister of Agriculture, can you identify for us this vehicle that you had indicated earlier that would be purchased in 2025? What specific vehicle that is?
There's no...
the minister indicated that the 575,000 that was not utilized in 2024, he will attempt to source funds from elsewhere to do a purchase in 2025. The Minister of Finance interjected that he will make the request to see if we can have repairs of vehicles that are parked up in the graveyard. Can the Honourable Minister advise which vehicle it is that was going to be...
I did not say that. I will wait for you to finish, but I did not say that.
Okay, Honourable Minister, the vehicles for the animal production under line item 01 that you just indicated that the procurement was held back due to procurement legislation coming into effect. Can you advise which vehicle it is that you would like to receive for this department?
Member, you're beating a dead horse. There is no allocation.
I will not refer to the Minister of Agriculture as that. Sorry.
Yeah, that's not even funny.
I will not.
Oh, you're belaboring a point?
Again, I think we didn't set the table today, and it might be a little late in the day to set it, but we set in the table. Okay?
Yeah.
Let's stop quibbling over words.
Yeah.
Let's stop being impolite, and let's try to be tolerant, enlightening, and cooperative. All of us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that is a figure of speech, and there was no need for the member to be insulting. The fact of the matter is that graveyard I referred to is not a Ministry of Agriculture graveyard. It's just an area where abandoned vehicles are being stored, but these are all vehicles belonging to the state. It's an example that I gave. And we are asking all ministries and departments, rather than requesting funds from the budget division to acquire vehicles, whether they have an allocation or they don't. Because if they don't have one, they will have to via funds or transfer. We would not approve that request unless we are satisfied that there are no vehicles within their fleet that they can rehabilitate. I think I've made myself crystal clear. So there's no need to belabor the point. Okay?
004, horticulture. Item 006, surveys and mapping. Item 007, land management. Item 008, fisheries. Item 010, forestry. Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the Honourable Minister, line item 01, vehicles, there was 1 million allocation for 2024 estimate under forestry. Minister, can you advise this 1 million that was allocated for 2024, what vehicle that you had intended to purchase under this line item for forestry's division?
I'm not going to, with all due respect to you, to allow that line of questioning. The fact is, whatever vehicle the minister intended to purchase is quite clear from this it wasn't purchased. And I would have thought that in any event, that is a question you would have asked when we were doing budget 2023, 2024. Okay? So I will allow you, if you wish, still to ask a question on 01, but having regard to the discussion we are having about vehicles under this particular vote yesterday, and which has carried over to today, I will also be very strict with respect to the question that I'd allow you to ask with respect to 001. There's a question that you could ask.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the Honourable Minister, on the vehicles here for 2025, we recognize that there isn't any allocation for this line item. Are you satisfied, Minister, that the Forestry Division has sufficient vehicles available to execute their work?
But we have a pool of vehicles we usually use. Yeah, we have a pool of vehicles we usually use to fill positions like that throughout the ministry. So when a vehicle is down, we have a pool of vehicles parked up that we utilize in all the different departments.
You see, I asked this question, Honourable Minister, because we have been consulting various officers who we would try to keep confidential and private. But one of the issues that has been highlighted is the lack of working and functioning vehicles for the officers to effectively patrol and carry out their function. So that's why I'm asking of you, even though there isn't anything here in this line item for 2025, if you can kindly look into the available resources that is made available to these various divisions with respect to vehicles purchased.
Right, sure.
Thank you.
Item 011, pre-deal larceny squad. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 002, Commonwealth bodies. Item 003, United Nations organizations. Item 005, non-profit institutions. Item 007, households. Member for Vancouver North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister. Minister, line item 40, gratuities to contract officers. This line item was allocated in 2024, 4.5 million, however, only 2 million was utilized. Minister, can you advise if there are outstanding payments, gratuity payments to contract officers? And if so, if that would be satisfied in this financial year?
Remember, there are no outstanding payments, and this is to pay 39 contracted officers, and the allocation is sufficient.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honourable Minister, line item 01, severance benefits. I note that you had an estimate last year for $7.5 million, but you're claiming that you utilized $3 million, which is a little bit less than half. Minister, is there a plan, and you budgeted $3 million again for fiscal 2025. Is there a plan for increasing or continuing severance packages? You're going to remove workers. What is that allocation specifically for?
Remember, this is payment for 57 daily paid employees due to retirement.
So these are retirement benefits as opposed to severance?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Vancouver North. Item 008, subsidies. Member for Vancouver North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister. Minister, line item 04, relief of flood damage. Minister, this line item was allocated in 2024 4 million. The actual figure for 2023 was 8 million. However, what we're seeing here in 2024 is only 1 million, when we have been receiving significant complaints from farmers who have been flooded out, applied to the Ministry of Agriculture for assistance to get back on their feet, and they have not gotten that support from the Ministry of Agriculture. Minister, can you advise why it is this 4 million was not utilized to help our farmers who have been flooded out during the fiscal term?
Okay. The ministry has proactively engaged in an active desilting program, as well as several water management infrastructural activities under the development program. Due to alleviate flooding. Therefore, allocation will be sufficient in the sum of 637,352, and this was paid in 2024 to 34 persons.
Minister, we will address the desilting and the cleaning of the water courses when we reach to that line item, because that is another line item that you are referring to there. However, what I am referring to is the relief of flood damage. What you are telling us now is only 34 farmers that you would have received complaints from of application for flood relief for the fiscal term.
Member, if you would permit me, in terms of the flood in 2023, you would be aware that there was an extraordinary event in 2023 which led to massive flooding throughout the country, which was facilitated by this $8 million in compensation relief. The 1 million is based on complaints received at the various counties. That is what was paid in terms of the registered farmers. That is the claims that we got.
And Minister, okay, so if you can kindly provide me with a list of all the claims that were submitted, or the application, I should say, to the ministry, those that were approved and those that were denied for the last fiscal term. If you can provide me with that information.
Okay, sure.
You still have some questions, Colonel? Okay, thank you. Member 4, which was?
With regards to line item 01, the Agricultural Incentive Program. We had an actual spend of $19 million in 2023, 19 plus. But you revised now to 12 million. Your revised estimate is 12 million, and your estimate for 2025 is 12 million. In light of the ministry's open statements and the minister's verbal statements about encouraging investment in agriculture, can the minister indicate what would account for your lack of utilizing of the initial allocation for 2024? But why are we seeing this drastic drop from 19 million actual spend 2 years ago? So 2023 actual spend was 19 million, but you're budgeting $12 million this year.
Remember, this here was the arrears. We had arrears.
So you would have had arrears in 2023.
Yes.
So now so you budgeted for 2024 14 million, of which you spent 12. So $2 million was not spent on agricultural incentive program. Why would that have happened? Because you would have come last year to the Parliament, to the Chamber, and asked for 14 million with a plan going forward that this is what I will need to spend for, because this is a predictable, agricultural incentive program is predictable. So you'd have come with a clear plan, but you spent $2 million less than you expected, and you're budgeting for the same $2 million less than expected last year.
Okay, the figure really doesn't reflect this, right? Because we, as we speak, from $13,999,000, sorry. This was in fiscal 2024. This sum of 13 million was spent and was paid out to farmers.
So you updated, Minister, just to be clear, you're updating the figures that we have here from 12 to $13.9 million odd.
That's correct, member.
Okay. So does that mean that you're going into fiscal 2025 with outstanding bills?
Outstanding claims.
And that outstanding claim would be to the tune of $2 million?
Yeah, it will be verified and paid.
Right. So does that mean then that our True Agricultural Incentive Program for fiscal 2025 starts then $2 million short? Let me finish the thinking. So if it starts with $2 million short, it means that some plan that you had for fiscal 2025 will not be done because you are now $2 million short.
Yes, the actual expenditure.
Member, you would know, as we speak, farmers are actually making claims. And at the time of printing this book, the figures would have reflected $12 million. As Minister of Agriculture just indicated, we actually paid out already $13.999 million. And the time of printing to today, there are actually claims being registered on the system to be paid. And that is just how the cycle of the process runs from financial year to financial year. And farmers would go ahead and make their claims. And what we see is that in the month of October, this month, farmers, there's an influx of claims that come into the system. So these figures will be revised, and of course you would see the actual figures when the budgeting cycle is completed.
Sure, I appreciate the explanation. I'm just trying to gauge whether or not we're going into 2025 with new arrears which would tax your allocation for 2025. Because that would mean that some things that are planned would not be able to be financed.
Remember, that's the normal budgeting cycle. So, of course, sometimes some of these votes, we do start with some arrears, which has to be cleared up. And then the proposed $12 million we will cover. And, of course, the Minister of Finance has already confirmed he will intervene if we require funding at a later time.
Sure. So just for the clarification, would you be able to provide, if not now in writing, what the arrears would be going into fiscal 25? Thank you.
Thank you, most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Honourable Minister's attention to line item 02, Incentive Program. Minister, this line item, Incentive Program, will also deal with the fuel rebate for fisher folk. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Minister, over the last 2 years, we've been having conversation with the revision of the fuel rebate for fisher folk. Since it is the closure of Petrotrin, the fishing community has been placed on its back foot and has been facing significant challenges to meet the increasing in fuel prices from regular gas moving across to diesel, moving across to super, and then the price of diesel and super has consistently been increasing by this administration, causing the operating expenditure of the fisher folk to escalate year after year. Since 2022, the Honourable Prime Minister would have made a statement with respect to the support of revising that fuel subsidy for the fisher folk. What we're seeing here in 2023 is the same 300,000 being allocated as the revised estimate also reflect 300,000. So is it that we are telling the population that this administration has no intention of revising that fuel rebate in 2025?
As of today, and for a little while now, it is being reviewed, and consultation is taking place right now. In 2024, as I said, 300,000 was paid to benefit 69 fisher folk, and the allocation was expected to be sufficient. But this will be reviewed, and we'll give consideration immediately to this. Because this is something fisher folk has been speaking to me about.
Yes, Honourable Minister. So once more, I'm putting a plea on behalf of members of the fishing community for us to sort of show some consideration with respect to the fuel rebate for the fisher folk. Right now, that 10 cents per litre is very outdated. when you compare it to other Caribbean islands with $1.35 per liter, $1.65 per liter, these other Caribbean islands is showing support to the fishing community, whereas here in Trinidad, they are facing significant challenges with the increase in fuel costs.
Okay, and as you know, member, they have other incentives, and I know you're particularly concerned about Cali Bay, and we will be working together with all the fish work, including Cali Bay, to ensure this happens.
Well, this line item is going to benefit more than Cali Bay. It's going to benefit all the fishing community across Trinidad and Tobago. Yes, Madam Chair.
Under this item.
And under line item 01 and 02, just as how we would have asked for the list of applicants for the flood relief program, Minister, would you be able to provide us with a breakdown of the applications for these incentive programs, how much persons would have applied and how much persons who would have been approved and successful in receiving support from the ministry?
Sure.
Thank you.
Item.
My question, I was trying to catch your eye earlier with regards to the compensation for farmers.
This is under which item?
With the 4 million. 4 million.
The relief of flood damage?
Yes, for
Yes.
flood damage, compensation for flood damage. In St. Augustine constituency, we have numerous farmers. In fact, the entire south of the Churchill Roosevelt Highway is mostly populated by farmers. And that area is also on the northern bank of the Caroni River. And so the farmers, they often experience flooding. I do believe that a lot of the flooding could be reduced with remedial work. And those watercourses fall under the Ministry of Works. And while we are dealing with the Ministry of Agriculture here, I am very concerned about your indication that the number of persons compensated for flooding, farmers compensated for flooding in the whole country. And I want to ask if you will be able to provide the information for grants provided in the St. Augustine constituency. I know you do it by regional office and so on, but certainly I address it because you have farmers from Maloney, Oropun, Tacarigua, Bamboo, St. Augustine South, and that entire stretch there. And many of them were affected. I was with them and I've seen the damage to their crops. One of the concerns we also have is that, and I don't know if you will be willing, some of the farmers cannot access the grants because their leases have not been renewed. Is that something that hinders farmers from getting...
Remember, is this under relief of flood damage? To us, you're talking about grants, so I'm not sure.
Yes, the relief of flood
So it's
damage.
only a particular item. You're not talking about grants. I appreciate there are several kinds of grants. The question is here relief of flood damage.
Yes, it is relief of flood damage where they usually are given a grant. So forgive me for using that word, but I know the minister understands.
So we will provide this information.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Honourable Minister in the Ministry and the Minister's attention back to line item 04, relief of flood damage and the lack of utilization, I should say, of the 4 million for this line item to compensate or to assist farmers to get back on their feet. Now, Minister, one of the challenges that farmers are facing under this line item, in your explanation, you spoke about registered farmers being able to access this fund. However, that does not apply to farmers who would have been registered but were unable to renew their farmer's badge. And there are several farmers who have been unable to renew their farmer's badge because of problems they face within the Ministry of Agriculture, the failure of surveys and mapping, the failure of Commissioner of State Land to be able to do the survey to have their leases renewed. And with the lack of a renewal of their leases, they are also affecting them now from having their farmer's badge. In addition to that, farmers who would have been registered in one area, farmers are not allowed one or more than one farmer's badge, but they are allowed a badge when they register. However, farmers who would have been registered take per se Arangwes and also farming in Jerningham Junction area, they have now been denied of their claims or their application for flood relief. So there appears to be a lot of bureaucracy within the system that is unnecessarily penalizing farmers, Honorable Minister, that this is something that I think you should surely look into, because these farmers, who we use the technical term of being registered and not registered, these are the same farmers that have been registered with NAMDEVCO to supply us during the COVID pandemic with produce from their gardens. And NAMDEVCO falls within the Ministry of Agriculture. So why is it that they are being recognized and registered by one agency, but they are not being recognized to provide them with that support and that relief? And they are being denied of their claims, Honorable Minister. The funds are here. 4 million was here, but only 1 million was utilized. We're not utilizing the funds to help these farmers. And I'm asking of you to kindly look into the bureaucracy that is causing this and come up with some kind of solution so that these farmers can get back on their feet after it is that they face these problems and these challenges from being flooded out.
Thank you, Member. Minister. Yeah, actually, I have been doing that, and the staff of the ministry have been actually doing that. Because since I have been there, I wanted the staff to be more friendly to the farmers and the fisher folk, and they have been going along with that trend. So when a farmer comes to the ministry, the attention has been like a personal attention now, because that's the way I treat people, and it has trickled down to the members and staff. And I have the administrative arm here, and they could testify to it.
Well, thank you, Minister. And for those farmers who have been denied but fall in the category that I have just explained, I will write you personally and ask you to look into these matters, please.
Okay, noted. Item 009, other transfers. Member for Couva-North.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. To the Honourable Minister. Minister, can you advise why it is line item 01, Livestock and Livestock Products Board, which was allocated $1 million in 2024, estimate that fund was not utilized and only $500,000 utilized in the revised estimate?
Minister.
The allocation, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Allocation was sufficient based on the current needs, which include board allowances and awareness seminars for the Livestock and Livestock Board.
Any other question, member?
That's it.
Okay. Item 010, other transfers abroad. Item 011, transfers to state enterprises. Proceed, member.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Mr. Deputy Chair, I see here line item 10. Palaseco Agricultural Enterprise Limited, PSAEL. There happens to be a little additional spending from what was allocated in 2024 of 2.8 million. I see this spend increased to 5.5 million. Can the Minister explain the reason for the cost overrun that would have occurred in this line item by PSAL?
Right, yes. Yeah. Remember, PSCL current staff includes 30 persons with 30 positions and would require further funding at the mid-year since monthly expenditure on salary is $468,000. And if you want a breakdown and so on, we could give a breakdown for that.
Minister, does that also include remuneration for board members in this allocation?
Yes, yes.
Minister, can you tell us when it is the board at PSCL, has the board at PSCL been renewed for this year? Because the information provided by the Ministry of Finance website is that this board expired on the 7th of the 7th, 2024. Can you advise if this board has been renewed after the 7th of July?
Yes, the board has been renewed.
When was the board renewed?
From the 8th of July, 2024.
All right, thank you, Minister, for the information. And can you provide us with the list of the new board members, please?
Yes,
Those that have been...
Is 5 board members, I could give you the list.
Yes, please. Do you have it, or you want to provide? You'll provide it.
I could provide it. I have a few. The chairman is Mr. Junior Regrello. The deputy chairman is Nicole Gopal Singh. The directors are Mr. Dylan Tilok Singh, Mr. Johannes Bossel, and Ms. Laurette Hope MacDonald, 5 members.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Minister. Deputy Chair?
No.
Yes. Thank you. Minister, I would like to bring the Minister's attention to line item 01, Cocoa Development Company of Trinidad and Tobago. Minister, this line item, we are seeing a decrease of $1.15 million into the CDC TT. I know that we have been hearing conversations, we have been hearing talks coming of investing into cocoa, revitalizing the cocoa industry, reactivating the cocoa industry. But what we're seeing here is a cut, a decrease in the line item for the Cocoa Development Company. Can you explain why it is that we are reducing the allocation by $1.1 million towards the Cocoa Development Company?
Okay. So remember, thank you, Mr. Chairman. At that time, that was the figure. And the actual expenditure for fiscal 2024 was $535,760. $1.6 million was in gratuities for 16 employees. Therefore, the money was used for salaries and payment for rent, current staff, 9 vacancies, 11 board stipends, and continued technical projects on the National Cocoa Awards, fertilizer and witch hunt broom campaign, marketing activities, and we have I could provide the appendix for the State Board. If you want the members of the State Board.
Thank you for that response, Honourable Minister. However, that does not address the concern of the reduction in funding and the reduction in the allocation to the Cocoa Development Company. Minister, if you just pull up any website and you do a search, if you pull up any search engine and you punch in the Cocoa Development Company and funding, you will see, cocoa company in trouble, understaffed, underfinanced, underfunded. There are so many articles there where the Cocoa Development Company has been pleading out for additional resources and additional funding, but yet what we are seeing here is a reduction of $1.1 million. Can you please explain why it is that we are cutting the allocation to the Cocoa Development Company?
Okay, remember they have grants for that particular item and other line items. So that is why we have them, they can access other areas. So just not this particular one, they have other grants where we could use. And I could provide that for you.
Well, we will review it on the other item because I raised it here, but in the other items, what I'm seeing is further cuts to the cocoa industry. So when we reach there, I will go into that as well.
Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. Different book. We are at 004, statutory boards, page 497. Member for Couva-North.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Deputy Chair. Mr. Deputy Chair, I want to start with line item 06, remuneration to board members. Minister, would you be able to provide remuneration to board members? There isn't anything allocated for this line item in 2025. It seems to be a pattern that the board being starved of remuneration, and we don't want it to be where an outstanding liability is created by this administration that we will have to pick up soon. However, Minister, can you firstly advise us if there is a board at the ASTT?
Remember, there is a board, and there's a very active board.
Yes.
At the ASTT. We work closely with the board, the Ministry of Agriculture work closely, and I in particular work closely with the chairman and the members. As a matter of fact, we have regular meetings. Only up to yesterday I got correspondence where they wanted to meet with me to discuss certain things, and I am always willing because they are part of the ministry. I want to say here, by Cabinet Minute 2069 dated October 9, 2019, we agreed to the recommendation of the Central Audit Committee, Ministry of Finance, which advised that all payments for board be ceased. Notwithstanding this, the ministry has been actively engaging in dialogue with the current board of the ASTT, which I said. One, to enact corrective measures as identified by the Central Audit Services. Two, to aggressively pursue completion of financial statements for the period 2015 to 2023. And three, to adhere to the instructions as alluded in the State Enterprises Performance Monitoring Manual regarding the above cabinet decision. The stipend was suspended in 2019.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for that explanation provided with the suspension of that stipend since 2019 with respect to a report from the Central Audit Services and so on, suspending from with respect to submission of financial statements and so forth of 2015 to 2023. Minister, can you advise if the board, where this audit was conducted, at the time this audit was conducted, if that is the same board that currently exists, or if there's a new board now at ASTT?
Same board with 19 members.
No, the composition of that board is the same?
No, sorry, Chairman. This is a new board of directors for 2024.
So there are a new board of directors, separate and apart from when it is the audit concerns were raised?
Yes, in 2019.
All right, and I know that you would have been having regular meetings and so forth with this new board. I know the former Minister of Agriculture had some issues. He just did not want to meet with the board, but we appreciate your intervention and the efforts that you have put out with respect to meeting with this new board. Can you advise if the concerns that were raised in the audit with respect to the previous board, if those concerns have already been addressed in going forward between yourself and this new board? Or there are still...
Member, 1 second. I'll give the minister the opportunity, but again, I don't want to continue that trend with getting down into further operational aspects, right? But I'll give him the opportunity to answer this particular question.
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
As I indicated, I am working with this board.
Yes.
And remember, I get to like agriculture, you know.
No,
I'm a local government man.
Please.
But I mean, sorry.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
But since I go in agriculture, I want the best for agriculture.
Yes.
So I'm meeting with everybody and to improve everything in agriculture. I can't do it as I want to do it. We can't do it at the ministry because of certain restrictions and so on. But if I had my way, everybody have everything in agriculture. Because food is very important to this country and the world.
Thank you, Minister. So I just wanted, in closing off this line item, Honourable Deputy Chair, to highlight to the Honourable Minister that the concerns that have been raised by the audit with respect to the previous board, I know several of that has already been addressed by yourself and this board, and if it is, consideration can be given for a breath of fresh air to fall upon the ASTT in going forward, so that those board members who give, and sometimes go beyond the call of duty, who give of themselves, can be treated equally like other statutory boards.
Now, members, I indicated, as I prepare for the Standard Finance Committee, I was in the office yesterday. I got 3 letters from Mr. Darrell Rampersad, the President, and I am honoring all. I acknowledge them immediately. And as soon as I finish this Standard Finance and the Senate, which is next week, I intend to meet with them because we want to solve all the problems, because they are seeking the interests of the farmers and fishermen in this country.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Honourable members, we shall now move on to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure.
2, goods and services.
Yeah, coming to that now, sir.
On that?
Coming to that now, member. Okay. Subhead 08, Agricultural Society. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Deputy Chair. Mr. Deputy Chair, with respect to line item 09, rent, lease, vehicle and equipment, 65,000 was allocated to this line item, and 65,000 is being allocated again in 2025. However, the revised estimate shows nil. Minister, can you advise how many vehicles are available for the ASTT to use? How many is owned by the ASTT or the Ministry of Agriculture, and how many is actually rented or leased?
No, the actual vehicles. Remember the ASTT previously purchased tillers to assist farmers and the farming community throughout a rental leasing of equipment agreement. This program is expanded in the upcoming year to assist farmers. And we have the make and model and so on of the tillers. 2023, 2023, 2023.
Member?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Minister, however, I'm not seeing anything in the revised estimates of 2024. So is it that the bills are yet to be submitted? And that's why we're not seeing anything here, based on what you just explained?
Remember, they have one vehicle presently using, and that's a Toyota Prado.
Okay, and that is available to the administration of the ASCT.
The president and the members.
Thank you.
And the one side visit also.
Thank you.
Any other item there, member?
Yes.
Proceed.
Also, with respect to short-term employment, I see 156,000 was allocated there, but only 50,000 was utilized. Is it an issue of the ASCT not requesting, or is it that the funds were not available for them to execute the recruitment of personnel under this line item? Can you advise why it is this full 156,000 was not utilized?
Minister? Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. The funds will be used to facilitate the payment of salaries for position required. So one, and that's the driver, to assist the complement of daily functions of the ASTT.
All right, but Minister, was this 156 available for the ASTT during the fiscal term? Or is it that there were some challenges with the release of funds, and that is why personnel under this line item were not recruited?
Remember, this was what was requested.
Okay, thank you.
Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. We're on page 497. 09, National Agricultural Marketing and Development Corporation. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration, and we're on page 502, member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Deputy Chair. Mr. Deputy Chair, to the Honourable Minister. Minister, under line item 01 and 02, for NAMDEVCO, their both have decreased of 1 million for salaries and COLA and 714,000 for wages and COLA. Can you explain the reason for these decreases?
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Chairman. This is for wages for 103 existing employees. There are no vacancies. Therefore, additional funds will be sought at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Mr. Minister, I note that at 05, government's contribution to NIS, while you just explained that we have a reduction in salaries and cost of living and in wages and COLA, we are seeing an increase in the expected spend under NIS. Can you explain that? How would we have a decrease in wages and salaries and COLA, but an increase in NIS contributions?
This is for the arrears in the NIS. And these are for 74 existing monthly paid staff.
Minister, I appreciate that. I got it. So this is for, the hike is because you're paying off arrears that have accrued over time. Would the minister advise whether this would complete the payment of all arrears or whether we'll be going into 25 with new arrears?
This is for the arrears, the acting arrears.
Right, so we'd have settled all outstanding arrears, is that correct to say?
Yes, according to the information I have, yes. Yes.
All right, thank you, Minister.
02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration, pages 502 and 503. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Deputy Chair. To the Honourable Minister and Minister in the Ministry, I want to refer your attention to line item 43, Security Services. Minister, we have seen within recent time the increase in criminal activities happening, robberies, etc. And we would have anticipated that with the kind of increase in crime, that there will be additional security, not just on the compound of Namdevco and the markets associated, but also around the perimeter and the periphery, because farmers sometimes have to come very wee hours of the morning, line up outside the market. Some of them come with money to purchase, vendors come with money to purchase, and they have to line up outside the market before the market is actually open. What we're seeing here under security services, line item 43, is a decrease of $1.49 million when we were really anticipating beefing up of security. We're seeing a cut here. Can you explain for us the reason for this decrease of $1.497 million?
Okay, member. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Member, we have the pre-deal larceny squad as a supplement. We have estate constables, and we have, which we have been utilizing, our own of government approach, which is the municipal police, which we get a lot of assistance from, and the TTPS. So we have all the security, as I say, estate constables, pre-deal larceny, the Trinidad and Tobago Municipal Police, the TTPS, etc. They help at the ministry, they assist.
Chair, if I may.
Member for St. Augustine.
Thank you, Chair. The Minister, having been the Minister of Local Government, would be aware that regional corporations are not up to the number of municipal officers promised. And yes, I am on that item. And I'm speaking about the security in the allocation for security being reduced here. And I want to urge, because the municipal corporations, they don't have the capacity for their own municipal police to deal with their own facilities, and they do extend to the markets as a courtesy, as a service, but it is a strain on them. The TTPS as well, the Namdevco market in Macoya falls in St. Augustine constituency, and the TTPS on the east-west corridor, they themselves have been swamped with an increase in robberies, murders, home invasions, and so on. And it does put a strain on them to the point where we have noise complaints and bars and blocking of streets, and I cannot get police officers to respond. So while I do understand the logic in the Ministry of Agriculture depending on TTPS and the municipal police to provide additional security, I am pleading with you to put your own arrangements for security, because it's putting a strain on the other resources, and then we don't get the policing we deserve on the street from the TTPS, and the corporations do not get the service they need from their municipal officers. So please, yeah? Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Minister?
Yes.
Right, nice.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Member for Baratow and one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chair. The same line item that deals with security.
Sure. 43.
43, yes.
Right.
With respect to the deduction and the allocation as compared to 2024 and 2025, roughly $1 million or so deduction. In the circumstances, can the Minister inform us who is the security company that is hired?
Minister?
Member Officer, we'll provide that in writing.
We'll provide it in writing.
Yes.
Is it that the reason that there's a deduction is there a change of service provider?
No.
No? Okay.
Member for Couva North? Which West, you after? Okay, Couva North, member.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. To the Honourable Minister, line item 16, contract employment at Namdevco. Minister, while we're seeing a decrease for 2025 fiscal term of 710,000, the reality of this is that from 2023 actual, which was 11.5 million, it is now down to 10.2 million, a reduction of $1.5 million under this line item of contract employment. Can you explain the reason for this significant decrease in this line item?
Minister?
Thank you, Chairman. This is based on a needs basis. 65 persons were contracted, and the allocation would be sufficient.
Minister, can you advise the reduction in contract employment, what positions that would have been filled in 2023 and 2024 that is not going to be occupied in 2025?
I will provide that for you in writing.
Thank you.
Member for Which West?
Mr. Chair, the line item I'm looking at is 61, insurance. On average, you would have spent, your actual spend for 23 was 642,000. You estimated 630,000, but spent 540,000. So the difference there is just about $90,000 in fiscal 2024, less spend in fiscal 24 than you would have budgeted. But it seems that you are looking at an average of 630, 640 thereabouts. Yeah. Can the Minister indicate what would have caused that reduction in spend on the insurance for fiscal 2024?
Thank you, Member, for the question. The actual spend in 2023 was $642,085, and we anticipate the allocation be sufficient, which includes for the vehicles, board indemnity, and public liability.
I got that. So that is your projection for fiscal 2025. You're comfortable with your subvention for fiscal 2025, correct?
Yes.
But that fiscal 2025, which is 630,000, was the same as your request this last year here. So you came last year, you asked for 630, but you spent 540. You come this year, you ask for 630 again. So my question is whether or not there were items that would have been covered under insurance in fiscal 23 that you proposed to cover under fiscal 25, but were not considered and therefore did not generate a bill for fiscal 2024.
Thank you. Mr. Member, it could be a lot of reasons. some of the vehicles, without insurance and so on, but I could get the actual information for you.
Sure. Thank you, Minister.
From NAMDEFCO.
Sure.
Okay.
Sim.
Proceed. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Honourable Minister, I want to refer your attention to line item 28, other contracted services. Minister, I see that there was an allocation of $805,000, fairly close to what the actual spend for 2023 would have been of $764,000, but the revised estimates is only reflecting $100,000, whereas the estimates for 2023 is close to the actual, for 2025, sorry, the estimate for 2025 is close to the actual of 2023. Minister, does this line item facilitate, is used to pay the supplier for all those tents that are erected on weekends at the Ministry of Agriculture for those pop-up markets that is introduced by NAMDEFCO? The tents.
The tents, yes.
The rental of those tents that is provided at the Ministry of Agriculture.
Paid for by NAMDEFCO.
Paid for by NAMDEFCO under other contracted services.
Yes.
Would you be able to provide us with a breakdown of those bills for the last fiscal term?
Yes, there's 9 markets in the country, and you will be able to provide
the supplier and the quantities?
Yes.
Thank you.
Everything is transparent, so...
Yeah, I recognize. However, the books does not reflect the spend. The books only has 100,000 here.
Okay, members.
So I believe the bills might be
Subhead.
complete.
Subhead.
Just
well, I thought
one last
you,
line item.
I thought you were completed.
No.
Well, the additional talk now, so I just... Yeah, so proceed,
All right.
proceed.
And this line item, 99, is a very important line item, Mr. Deputy Chair. Line item 99, the Employee Assistant Program. While the spend under this line item might be minuscule, with an allocation and estimate in 2024 of 50,000, I'm not seeing anything in the 2025 estimate for Employee Assistant Program. Is it that this program has been discontinued at NAMDEFCO?
No. Thank you, Chairman, Mr. Chairman. And member, I would like to let you know environment will be required as the OSH mandates the inclusion of an EPA plan.
Yes.
EAP plan.
Yes. So, Minister, why it is we're doing a budget, knowing fully well that we're supposed to allocate funds there, but the funds is not being allocated. You see, that's the problem that we just have with the budgeting, where we actually budgeting for environment, when a figure should have been placed here.
So it could be different reasons. It could be a typo or oversight, but we will find the mechanism to get it done.
It's good information that the program continues because it's a very important
you're correct.
program. Thank you.
Moving on, member. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. We now move on to 11, Zoological Society of Trinidad and Tobago. Subhead 01, personal expenditure, and we're on page 510. Item 001, general administration. Member for Couva North, proceed. No, let me call it first. Subhead 02, goods and services, page 510, item 001, general administration. Proceed, member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Deputy Chair. Mr. Deputy Chair, to the Honourable Minister. Minister, I want to draw your attention to line item 12, materials and supplies. Is it under this line item that the meals, the feed is provided for the animals at the zoo?
Yes. Minister?
Just 12, right?
Yes, 12, materials and supplies, and we're on page 510.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thanks. The allocation will be insufficient for the financial year 2025 funding will be utilized for the purchase of specialized food for the ostrich, flamingo, etc., pharmaceuticals and cleaning supplies, and the environment will be needed.
Thank you for that explanation, Minister, because I was definitely going to highlight that this allocation is insufficient for meals, for feed, for food, for the animals. And I raise this against the background of a serious incident which happened earlier this year, where the kangaroo jack passed away, and it was covered up, it was hidden. It was because of the media and the very responsible reporting that we have in this country. The media was able to highlight the incident at the zoo. So once more, pleading with you to ensure that sufficient funding is made available for the Zoological Society to ensure that that kind of incident, what happened to kangaroo jack, does not repeat itself.
Right. Mr. Minister, you care to add anything further?
No.
Okay. Subhead 03. Which was you want? Okay, proceed.
Much further on. Line item 21, repairs and maintenance of buildings. So that's line item 21. You had a proposed spend of $3 million, $3.3 million in fiscal 24, but you only spent $100,000. You're now coming back to ask for $2 million more. Minister, can you indicate what would have happened based on your plan to do repairs and maintenance that did not happen? Because you literally went from $3.3 million to $100,000 in fiscal 24. And even the projection for 25 doesn't cover the same kind of cost that you would have envisioned when you did your estimate for 24.
Yeah, thank you very much, Member. We wanted to spend more, but because of the procurement delays at that time, we just couldn't do it all at once. But we intend to spend the money that we have now into maintenance of existing and already completed exhibits. Several areas are not completed, and aging infrastructure must undergo some additional work, for example, like the lion enclosure, the monkey enclosure, and the bird enclosures.
So, Minister, the reason you did not utilize the allocation is because of restrictions of the procurement regulation.
At that time, yes.
Excellent, thank you.
You're welcome.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration, page 511. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Different book, as we all know, and we are on page 147, consolidated fund, item 002, productive sectors, and that's I, production and marketing. Proceed, member for Kuva Note.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Mr. Deputy Chair, I'd like to bring the Minister's attention to Project 53, St. Augustine Nurseries, Development and Provision of Facilities. Honourable Minister, can you provide us with an update on this project item?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Member, in fiscal 2024, funds were utilized for the installation of 8 security cameras, and we have the amount 43,947. Upgrade of the sales area for the nursery, 420,760. Importation of citrus seeds, 14,462. Tender evaluation was completed for tractor and brush cutter arm. Award and delivery will be effected in fiscal 2025. In fiscal 2025, the allocation will be utilized for award contracts for tractor and brush cutter, 585. Automation of irrigation system, inclusive of solar panels, 200,000. Refurbishment of propagation sheds, double Shakonia, 415,000.
Minister, with respect to the importation of citrus seeds, can you advise in fiscal 2025 the intent in terms of seedlings with respect to the citrus industry? How many seedlings we intend to propagate in fiscal 2025 with respect to what you just explained there?
Member, I'll provide that in writing.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Honourable members, item 003, economic infrastructure, spans 5 pages. Therefore, I will also announce the project groups. Item 003, economic infrastructure, D, fishing, page 148, member for Couva North.
The Deputy Chair, to the Honourable Minister, Project 287, upgrade of fish landing sites. Minister, this project was allocated $1 million in 2024. However, the revised estimates shows only half of it was utilized. And we have been making the requests on behalf of the fisher folk from Brickfield, where absolutely no work was done over the last 9 years. The signage there at the Brickfield Fishing Facility, it is still Ministry of Food Production, so even the signs itself has not been upgraded in Brickfield. The Orange Valley fish landing site and Calibi. Can you advise if in going forward, this $2.5 million that is allocated for 2025 will include works at any of those 3 facilities mentioned? And also on behalf of the Chief Whip, the MP for Pointe-a-Pierre, he also asked that I do provide you with a reminder of your commitment to upgrade the facility at Claxton Bay as well. Can you provide us with some explanation for this project in 2025, what we can anticipate?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In fiscal 2025, it is intended that 4 fishing sites will be upgraded under the IDF. Calibi Fishing Facility in Couva, St. Mary Fishing Landing Facility in Cedros, Claxon Bay Fishing Landing Facility, Las Cuevas Fish Landing Facility. The upgrade of the fishing sites will continue as a program under the IDF for 2026 to 2027, and this will increase the rate and level of implementation to successfully complete the approximately 12 sites by 2027.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for jumping ahead into the IDF. However, coming back to the development program, Project 287, the $2.5 million allocated there under the DP, can you provide us with a breakdown as to what this $2.5 million is going to be utilized for?
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Member, in fiscal 2025, the allocation will be utilized for completion of refurbishment, upgrade works at Blanchisseur's fishing facility, refurbishment, upgrade works at La Fillette fishing facility, works to commence November 2024, and this will take approximately 3 months.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Mr. Deputy Chair, can the Minister provide us with a breakdown of the scope for Project 280, the Orange Valley Wholesale Fish Market Upgrade for 2025?
Sure. Okay.
In writing, no problem.
No, I could.
You could go ahead.
Yeah, if any additional, I'll give it in writing.
Okay.
Right? Right. In fiscal 2025, the allocation will be utilized for the procurement and installation of 5 cold storage containers at Orange Valley Wholesale Fish Market. These works will aid the fisher folk and reduce the losses due to spoilage. Currently, there are 75 registered small boats, pirogues, and 2 large commercial fishing boats, trawlers, utilizing this facility. Approximately 140,000 pounds of fish, 800,000 pounds of local shrimp are traded each month at this fish market. The project will be completed in 2025.
Thank you most kindly for that explanation, Minister. And I'm happy that you recognize the kind of work that happens, the kind of production that takes place at the Orange Valley Wholesale Fish Market. There's a serious issue with respect to the lighting that also needs to be addressed, and the fish landing site itself, because the fisher folk has to traverse through the rocks during the course of the night to get to their vessel and off their vessel at Orange Valley. So we're hoping that we can see some improvement to do those two things. But on behalf of the MP for Pointe-à-Pierre, I do appreciate the intent to have the Claxton Bay fishing port, fishing facility upgraded in fiscal 2025, because I know the MP for Pointe-à-Pierre have been making a lot of representation for that issue. So,
no need to know. We spoke on your behalf. Mr. Minister, anything to add?
Don't let the member for Pointe-à-Pierre have you trouble. I will take control.
Okay, we're moving on, members. We are now going to E. We're going to E, Forestry, page 148. Recognize you, member for Couva North.
thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. And with respect to forestry, I want to refer the Minister's attention to Project 23, the forestry access roads. Minister, this is something the APRI's unit, the bee industry, the forestry industry is something that they would have really liked to see the funds allocated being utilized to upgrade the sector. However, what we're seeing in 2024 is that 1 million was allocated to this project, Forestry Access Road. However, none of it was utilized. Can you explain why it is this fund was not utilized in 2024?
It was, yes. But, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was utilized.
Okay, so is it that the bills are going to come in late?
Yes.
And how much of it do you have? Can you give us an update?
Total amount is close to 900,000.
900,000. So you see, Honourable Minister, we're finding ourselves in a difficult situation there because of the fact that the bills are not being reflected here. It's not paid for in fiscal 2024. It's going to come into fiscal 2025. So the plans that the ministry would have had for forestry access road, because it's only 1 million being allocated in 2025, 900,000 is already going to be expended to pay outstanding bills from previous financial year, which only leaves us 100,000 for this fiscal term.
Almost be there. Okay.
Comment, Mr. Minister.
Mr. Chairman, as I said further, I will put it in writing further for the complete amount.
Okay, Minister. Thank you.
F, Land Management Services, pages 148 and 149. Member for Couva North.
Minister, I want to bring the Minister's attention to Project 67, Surveys and Subdivision of State Land for Distribution to Farmers. And Minister, I would have made mention of that earlier in the surveys and mapping. What is happening now? Because this project appears to be discontinued by the ministry because there was no allocation for 2024 and there isn't any here for 2025. Farmers who have to get their leases renewed are now being told that they have to stand the cost. They have to spend their money to do the survey for the subdivision, for the renewal of the lease, for the state land to be distributed to these farmers. Can you explain why it is or what's really going on with respect to this project? Is it that the Ministry of Agriculture has chosen to discontinue this totally, or can you shed some light, please, on what's happening here and why this project has no allocation for 2025?
Minister.
Thank you, Chairman. Now, remember, this activity has been incorporated under the recurrent program of the ministry, under the Regional Administration South Office and the Regional Administration North Office on surveys and mappings. And this is the policy that...
We did touch on that under recurrent. When we were in recurrent, we did touch on that, and the 200,000 and 400,000 that was allocated was not utilized. None of it was utilized. So can you advise if it is that the farmers are being misled, and what is the position of the ministry in going forward with respect to these surveys for these state lands?
In the ministry.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. To the Honourable Member. Member, you would know that all leases, and it's common knowledge, the recipients of leases are required to pay the survey costs associated with the state leases that are offered. And this has been so for many, many, many years ago. So once you are accessing a state lease from Commissioner of State Lands Office, the recipient of the lease is required to survey, and you have the choice. You are provided with a list of all registered surveyors in the country, and it's your choice to choose a surveyor of your choice to effect your survey, which then goes to the preparation of the lease. That is the process.
Well, Minister, this is something that we disagree with, and in going forward, if it is that you cannot address this issue to assist our farmers in getting their lease and assist the farming community, invest into agriculture and invest into farmers receiving their lease, having this completed, then we may have to step in eventually and sort it out on behalf of the farmers.
Yeah, any final comment on this, or you okay? Member for Batara Sanwan.
Thank you very much. With respect to the same line item, 67.
067, right?
Yeah,
Proceed.
with the survey and subdivision of state lands, the minister in the ministry just indicated that the lessees will have to be the ones bearing the cost for the survey. Is this in relation to the fresh leases that are issued, or those that have to be renewed? Renew and fresh leases. Okay, thank you.
All leases.
Minister of Finance, you care to make an input?
I heard the minister and the ministry say the word all 3 times. I couldn't understand the question.
H, Research and Development, page 149 and 150. Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Mr. Deputy Chair, I'd like to draw the Minister's attention to Project 553, Coconut Rehabilitation, where 1 million was allocated in 2024, 500,000 was utilized. Minister, can you advise how this 500,000 was utilized? How many coconut seedlings would have been under this line item?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In fiscal 2024, funds were utilized for training 8 staff members in advanced training in molecular techniques for plant conservation and breeding, recalibration for polymer chain reaction, machine and acquisition of a smart display, attachment for the microscopic and aid in disease detection, planting 2,500 coconuts at Research Center in Centeno and county offices in South Area, Victoria, Rio Claro for multiplication and continued assessment. Development of software for a crop protection management system, which will allow farmers and stakeholders to submit a digital sample picture and receive results online as part of the digitization of pest stakeholders to submit a digital sample and receive these online, as I said. The program is estimated to be completed in 2024, and as such, the full payment will be made in fiscal 2025.
Thank you. Another project.
Follow-up, member. Proceed.
Following project, another project. I want to move the minister's attention to project 544, development and provision of facilities at Mapa Farm. Minister, this line item was allocated 500,000, however, only 214,000 was utilized. And I want to go into Mappa Farm a little bit, Minister, because Mappa Farm, which would have been re-established in 2014 by the People's Partnership Administration, it was re-established with over 50,000 citrus plants. This was a place that farmers could have visited, and they would have gotten all different type of plants: citrus, avocado, mangoes, coconut, etc. I recently visited Mappa Farm, Honorable Minister. Firstly, the road to the farm is in a deplorable state. The road is like almost a dirt road now, because the surface has seriously been destroyed. Then when you go on the farm itself, the number of seedlings available there has fallen significantly. There was just like 100 plants or so available at the farm. And I understand that monies were spent to build a greenhouse there, a plastic enclosure with ventilation fans on the inside, but there was no room for ventilation, so that entire spend for that greenhouse is monies wasted because the entire greenhouse is empty. So, Minister, can you explain what is really going on with Mappa Farm, and what is this ministry's intention in going forward to treat with the challenges faced at Mappa Farm?
Okay, well, thank you, Chairman. All right. The road, which I spoke about first, falls under the Sandy Grande Regional Corporation. And at the moment, we are reorganizing. You said you went recently?
Yes.
Right. Well, I have some recent pictures here.
I have pictures as well that I can share with you.
The same one?
May I be allowed to speak? I may not be allowed to speak. May I be allowed to speak?
Agriculture road.
We establish a procedure where each member speaks without interrupting the other. This member is constantly interrupting the Honourable Minister. I'm asking for your guidance on how to deal with this. One person speak without interruption and the other person speak without interruption. Your guidance, please.
Well, again, I think, Minister of Finance, I think we have been going pretty well. Right? I don't know if you're referring to an earlier session, but right now, no, I'm not sure. There was just one interruption that was just made, and we are dealing with it. Right. So again, Minister, you were on the floor.
Yes.
And right, on roads.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to inform the member that some of the citrus part of that map has moved to St. Augustine. So, because we are restructuring the operations at Mappa Farm. It will continue, but the citrus part has moved to St. Augustine. And the pictures I have before me show, I'd like to show what you have, but I have these pictures. I asked for it because somebody spoke about it and I wanted to know. I think it was you, member. I wanted to know for myself, so I asked for it and it was sent to me.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, do you have an idea of, in terms of the number of seedlings available or plants available, breakdown by the type of plants, of how much is actually available at the farm at this time?
Thousands in different stages.
Yeah, well, it's thousands and different.
It's not thousands, Minister. But if you could provide it in writing,
Yeah,
or if you could provide it now, it's okay, but it's not thousands.
Thousands in different stages.
And the pictures will reflect that.
Okay.
All right. So I want to move on to another project, Deputy Chair, if that's okay. I want to move on to project 552.
Mr. Chairman,
Development of a forage farm at Montgelou and La Gloria.
May I ask a question,
Minister,
member, hold on one second.
The member should
With regards
not be allowed
to-
to move on to something before the minister has finished his response. This
I'm
member
sorry.
do
My
that all
apologies.
the
I thought
time,
the minister was
bringing up something and then not allowing the minister to reply and moving on to another topic. I object, Mr. Chairman.
No. Minister of Finance, again, I'm not probably in the position that you are sitting, not realizing that probably the minister would have finished with regards to what you were saying. I'm just saying. All right? And again, as the deputy chair, I'm trying my best to ensure that both sides and both individuals are given the fair opportunity to make their presentation, to ask their questions, and also to, in order for the minister to answer. Right, member for Port of Spain South, you have an input?
Respect. It seems that when the honourable member for Couva North asks a question, the answer to which he does not like or appreciate, he's then moving on without giving the honourable minister a chance to answer the question, and that's the point we're trying to make. And we are asking respectfully, there he goes again, Mr. Deputy Chair, that he allows the Honourable Minister of Agriculture to answer the question and not leave the handset record unfinished.
Mr. Deputy Chair, I join with my two colleagues. I have been observing this. The member for Couva North has come here obviously thinking he's on a platform making speeches and not allowing the Honourable Minister to be able to respond. He is dictating, I will now move on, and not allowing any opportunity for response.
Okay. Members, please. Again, I understand that each member will have their own opinion, but I think as the chairperson, I am giving the minister the opportunity to answer accordingly, and also for the members on the other side in order to ask the particular question. But again, members, so Mr. Minister, I have been giving you the opportunity on each occasion to air your views, to answer the question, and in order to give you the additional opportunity to make the final comment on each particular instance. Right? But I hear the concerns of all members, and we'll try our best to proceed so that both parties will be pleased with what's happening at this particular finance meeting, standing finance meeting. All right. So where are we now? We are now with the member for Couva North. Right? Question, comment. Let's move on.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Deputy Chair. And before I move on to another project, I just want to confirm with the Honourable Minister who has been cooperating.
Member, let's move on to your question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. And I would like to move on to project 544, the development of provisions of facilities. Sorry, my apologies. 552.
552.
552. Development of forage farms at Mojalou and La Gloria. Minister, can you advise if this project has been discontinued, because I'm not seeing any allocation for 2025, and we have raised the issue of Mojalou farms not being maintained and not being upkept, overgrown with bushes and weeds, and not being able to provide the farmers with the kind of forage that is required for their animals. So can you provide us with a status update on what is happening with this project?
Yeah, sure. Minister?
Yeah. Yeah. And I have, and you know, as I told you, member, I really get to like this agriculture. And the member, one of the farmers from this area, which everybody knows him, farmer Khan, goat and sheep. Right. We have been in consultation. After yesterday we spoke, he called me on the phone, and I intend to meet with him concerning the Mojalou area and so on, to get this thing going, because he has an interest in that area, and rightfully so. And it was on Hansard, I put it on record here, that I really spoke to him yesterday. He called me, he tried to call me a couple of days, and I did speak to him yesterday concerning this.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for the information that you have been speaking with Farmer Khan from Cassenfield. And yes, the gentleman has been doing an excellent job in representing goat and sheep and the animals that requires the service of Mojalou Farms. But can you provide us with an update with respect to the project itself?
As I said, so, in concerning the La Gloria farm and the Mojalou farm, we are preparing two separate projects for optimization, and with approval and funding will be requested in this fiscal.
Thank you most kindly, Honourable Minister. Mr. Deputy Chair,
move on. I recognize the
Mr. Chairman,
member.
If I may, just with a view, we've been several hours into this particular ministry. I would just like for the record to note that my understanding of the Standing Finance Committee is an interrogation of figures by way of comparative context, year prior and allocations for this year. What has been going on for several hours now is an interrogation of policy, description, and prescription, which respectfully does not echo into what the Standing Finance Committee's rules engage. And therefore, as polite as my friend opposite is, we are now many hours into matters that do not, in my respectful view, comprise the Standing Finance Committee's parameters. There is no reference to a figure, the allocation in respect of a year prior. We're going on about who and where and how. These are just respectfully, this is not a debate on policy. If I could have your guidance on that.
Okay, right. Point taken, member. And again, member, has been the parameters that have been set. The member will make his preamble, right, which again, each member has 5 minutes to make a preamble, ask a particular question, and then based on the question, based on the answer given by the minister, it may lead to a follow-up question. And I think both the chairman and the vice chairman of the committee have been given the opportunity not to go into the operational, but at least some sort of opportunities given for the minister to identify anything that he may need to bring on the table. Right? Now, I don't want to go into any big discussion, but proceed.
But Mr. Chairman, if I might just say, whilst that is perfectly correct that one has 5 minutes to present a statement, in my respectful view, if you could guide us, it cannot be such that we then enter into substantively a debate on policy, which is so far away from the question on the figures, which is what we're here to deal with.
Again, member, well said. And I don't think that we have been going into any major details because, again, for this particular ministry, there are a lot of line items to go through, Mr. Minister.
But Deputy Chair, we need guidance. We need guidance.
Okay, go ahead. Let me hear you.
If there is an allocation, from what I'm hearing from the Minister of Finances, we should deal with the figure alone, full stop. One must ask. You'll have your time. You'll have your time, Minister of Finance. The Minister talked about policy, going into the area of policy. All I'm asking is if there is a figure in front of us, is it wrong to ask why this figure,
you will have the opportunity,
why it is not...
Minister of Finance.
Member for Napurima again. It is important, sir, that we on this side understand clearly what is our remit insofar as if there is a figure, we need to know why, how it is, why it is not higher, why it was not the allocation, the thinking behind it. If we don't do that, then all we could do is just arithmetic in here.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Yes, the member for Naparima is attacking me deliberately.
No,
I said nothing. Use such strong terms. But he is attacking me. I said nothing. It was the Minister of Local Government. I said nothing about policy.
All right, so members. Okay, members, let's bring the meeting back under control. All right? And I have heard the views of every member on both sides, right? On both sides. And I think it's been given the minister a fair opportunity to answer his question and to give an explanation. Yes, the chair is clear that we are dealing with the fiscal parameters of this particular meeting, but again, members, in all fairness, the minister is given the opportunity, is being given the opportunity. Well, you'll deal with him. Member for Couva North, which item are we on? Beyond H, Research and Development.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Deputy Chair. And as we move on with the projects in front of us, I would like to draw the Honourable Minister's attention to Project 561, Minister. This project would deal with the various pests and diseases, etc., the Giant African Snail Program, that we anticipated some support from the Ministry of Agriculture to address the issue, the going concern of the giant African snail that seems to be affecting not just farmers but residents across the country. Can you provide us with an update on this project and what it is that farmers and residents across the country can expect with this 1 million?
What is wrong with him asking to get an update, Mr. Minister of Finance? He's asking for an update based on the line item.
Mr.
And
Chairman.
then the minister will be given the opportunity to answer.
Sure, I'm glad you're giving me the floor. As far as I am aware, this is about the number in the allocation, what it is for. What it is for. Not an update on general operational matters. That's my opinion. You are in charge. You are in charge.
Right, 1 second, Mr. Minister.
May I just finish with the question, please?
You have not, okay, proceed.
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair, for the opportunity to complete the question. And Honourable Minister, 2.7 million was utilized on this project for fiscal 2024. If you can provide us with an update on what that 2.7 million was utilized for and what farmers and citizens can expect with the 1 million that is being projected for 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Member, the surveillance and control of the giant African snails will continue under this fiscal incentive program for farmers administered by the Ministry of Finance. In fiscal year 2024, 506,000 was spent on slug bait and research materials. In fiscal 2025, 600,000 will be spent on an additional 10,000 packs of snail bait, which will be acquired by between November and December 2024 for distribution. The ministry continues its multi-pronged approach for sustained public education program, increased activity and passive surveillance, population removal, culling and disposal of the giant African snail. And the ministry has been assisting the wider community with the giant African snail because the giant African snail is a pest that has been taken over most of the parts of the country. I have been getting my calls. Everybody know my number, and as we get the call, we deal with it. We try to deal with it.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. And Minister, as we utilize this 1 million in going forward in 2025, I just want to make a suggestion to you that we consider to utilize our partnership with the regional corporation that has their rodent control teams that assist in all the different communities across the country, that we consider the utilization of what already exists out there.
May I ask what line item that
because
is?
Just as how they were...
What line item is that, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chair, I am
partnership with regional corporation. What line item is that?
Mr. Deputy Chair, I am now confused. The member for St. Augustine just a few minutes ago was chastising or attempting to chastise the Honourable Minister of Agriculture for utilization and a synergy with local government and municipal police.
Point taken. Okay, so member, we're moving on to I, production and marketing, page 150. J, other services. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Deputy Chair. And I would like to draw the Minister's attention to Project 001, the provision of agricultural access to targeted commodities and strategic crops. Minister, this would have been utilized, for my understanding, for some of the agricultural access roads. That's correct? Yes.
Yes.
And Minister,
yes.
We see 5 million being allocated in 2024. However, only 3 million was utilized. Minister, I want to specifically bring the attention of the Minister in the Ministry of Agriculture, who would have answered a question that I would have asked during the fiscal term with respect to the agricultural access road in the west of Factory Road. and the minister did in fact indicate that those agricultural access roads were being upgraded. 2 kilometers of those agricultural access roads were being upgraded. However, Minister, from my understanding, that project would have taken place in the Felicity area and not west of a Factory Road, because from the investigations, that area has not gotten any kind of upgrade during this financial year, where we see $2 million out of this project was not fully utilized. I'm not sure if the bills are yet coming in that will make up the $5 million.
Member, I'll give the Minister the opportunity to respond.
Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Minister, I'll give the Minister the opportunity to respond.
Mr. Deputy
St.
Speaker,
Joseph,
I have looked at the standing orders that govern the Standing Finance Committee, and I think the honourable member is really stretching the meaning and intent of the standing orders. In addition, the honourable member is now going back in time to an item which he has already been provided an answer for by the minister in the Ministry of Agriculture. We are not here to go back in time outside of what the appropriations is about.
Okay, member, and again, based on the line item, right, the member is inquiring about a particular roadway with regards to the particular item. And now I'll go over to the minister in order to respond.
Mr. Deputy Chair, the point I'm making, the member himself has said he got an answer to this issue already back in time. I am just asking that the standing orders that govern the Standing Finance Committee be stuck to. These are standing orders from 81, 82, 83, 84, and 85. I ask for a ruling that we are going down and setting a precedent that will stymie the intent of a Standing Finance Committee, which is to examine the appropriation for a particular period of time.
Yes, Mr. Minister. And again, based on the comment of the particular member and the question based on the line item, the minister will then be given the opportunity to respond in the way that he or she sees fit. And that has been the precedent that has been set since day one of this particular standing committee meeting.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Deputy Chair, I'm also asking for a ruling. Can a member, by his own admission, ask for an answer which by his own admission he posed to a minister before and received?
No, but again, it's based on the line item. That's the most I can say, Mr. Minister. So again, Mr. Minister, you, Minister in the Ministry, Minister in Agriculture, Minister in Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. In relation to the question asked, Mr. Deputy Chair, the road network, Bernard Road Network and Shipping Road Hard Trace was done in 2024. In fiscal 2025, phase 2 of Hard Trace and Edinburgh 2 network will be considered. And the road in question, as referred to by the member, has already been scoped, tendered, and awaiting award. And those are the roads reflected west of Factory Road. Thank you.
K, drainage and irrigation. K, proceed, member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Deputy Chair, and I would like to draw the Minister's attention to Project 001, Water Management and Flood Control Programs. Minister, this project was allocated $2.5 million in 2024. However, what we're seeing in the revised estimate is only $500,000. Now, I would have raised over the fiscal term of 2024 the importance of the Ministry of Agriculture ensuring that the water courses, canals, and drains that fall within the purview of the Ministry of Agriculture that was once upon a time managed by Caroni 1975 Limited, these tributaries, these canals, these drains are not being maintained. And I am asking the Honourable Minister once more if it is that this allocation in 2025 of $1.5 million can be fully utilized to ensure that these drains that were maintained by Caroni 1975 Limited, specifically in the Orange Valley, Union, and Exchange area, these works can actually be executed in this upcoming fiscal term, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to inform the member that these sluice gates are being outsourced from abroad. Hence the reason why it's taking a little time.
K. Mr. Minister, you okay? Mr. Minister?
Yes.
Okay, fine. K. Land acquisition, page 152, member for Couva North.
Minister, project 001, there's an actual spend reported here for 2023, but there's no funding for 24 and 25. Has this project been discontinued by the ministry?
Mr. Minister.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. The Ministry of Agriculture intends to take a note to Cabinet proposing options to allocate funding under recurrent expenditure to meet the cost of new and outstanding land acquisition matters.
Item 004, social infrastructure, B, recreation, page 153. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, pages 154 to 156. A, administrative services. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Deputy Chair. And I would like to draw the Minister's attention to Project 209, implementation of an action plan to address illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing in the parts and waters under the jurisdiction of Trinidad and Tobago. Minister, this line item, which in the revised estimates we are seeing 611,000 spent here, it did not have an estimate for 2024. Can you advise what the 611,000 was utilized for and why it is that this project does not have an allocation for 2025?
Okay. Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In fiscal 2024, a transfer of funds was received for the payment of an outstanding commitment for 2 4x4 vehicles. And in fiscal 2025, consultations for the Fisheries Management Bill continues and comments by stakeholders are being addressed, namely the Tobago House of Assembly. The new Fisheries Management Bill is currently under the LRC, Legislative Review Committee.
F, public buildings. K, lands and surveys. Honorable members, we will now move on to the Infrastructure Development Fund. Infrastructure Development Fund. Item 003, economic infrastructure, and we move to D, fishing, page 231. F, land management services. Land management services, page 231, member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Deputy Chair, and to the Honourable Minister. Minister, I'd like to refer your attention to Project 002, development of land at Caroni and Orange Grove by the EMBD. Minister, this line item, this project was allocated $5 million in 2024. However, what we're seeing here is that $19 million was utilized for this project. Can you provide us with a breakdown of the activities and work, the contractors, and the sum paid to those contractors for this $19 million?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In fiscal 2024, the allocation was utilized to facilitate payment of legal matters with respect to the construction contracts for Picton 3 and Exchange 3, and this was executed in May 21st, 2024, at a cost of $19 million.
Minister, can you provide us with a breakdown of those fees that were actually paid with this $19 million, please?
Sure.
Be provided now or in writing?
I provided in writing. Okay. We are very prompt in replying, so I will provide it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister.
F, land management services. J, other services. Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chair. I'd like to refer the Honourable Minister's attention to Project 1, Infrastructural Projects by PSEL Palaseco. PSEL, Minister, 150,000 was allocated for this line item, for this project in fiscal 2024, and the Minister of Finance would have spoken about agricultural access roads that were going to be rehabilitated by PSEL in fiscal 2024. However, this 150 million was not fully utilized from what we are seeing here. Only 20 million was utilized. Can you advise us why it is the full sum was not utilized? And if you can give us a breakdown of that 20 million, how it was spent and which roads were actually rehabilitated?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have it here, but not in detail. So I will have to provide the projects and the whatever that you request in writing for you.
That's fine, Mr. Deputy.
You'll provide everything in writing,
Yes,
Mr. Minister?
The reason, part of the reason is we wasn't fully staffed at that point in time. So, no, Mr. Chairman, I have it here, but I will provide it in writing as soon as I'm available. We are available to do this.
Sure, Mr. Minister.
Thank you, Chairman.
Item 004, social infrastructure. B, recreation, page 232. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Deputy Chair. And Mr. Deputy Chair, I want to draw the Honourable Minister attention to Project B, Recreation, project number 004, Improvement and Expansion Works, Emperor Valley Zoo. Minister, this project, which was estimated in 2024 at 15 million and only 7 million was utilized, and a further 15 million is estimated for 2025. There has been a significant amount of public outcry, I should say, against the funds being utilized at the zoo for the upgrade of the zoo facility with respect to entertainment center, with respect to bar, with respect to facilities for visitors, visitors upgrade, etc., when persons have been asking for upgrade to the facility for the animals at the zoo. Can you provide us, Minister, with an explanation of what this 15 million for 2025 is really going to be utilized for?
Mr. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In fiscal 2025, the allocation will be utilized for the completion of works at the Discovery Center, furniture, fixture and equipment at the Discovery Center, management and procurement fees. And this is being handled by UDCOT.
Member.
And Minister, I just wanted to underscore the point that it is crucial that we put the animal welfare at the forefront of any expansion project. 15 million being utilized here, being executed by UDCOT for expansion at the Emperor Valley Zoo, and it is not going to benefit animal welfare whatsoever.
Member, thanks for the input. Thanks for the input. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of 725 $570,800 for Head 77, Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $725,570,800 for Head 77, Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you to both ministers. Thank you, Madam PS, and thank you to your senior executives of the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries. Thank you. Members, the meeting is still in progress. Honorable members, thank you. Head 23, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs. Thank you, Attorney General. Thank you, Minister in the Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs, and welcome to Parliament, Madam PS, and also the senior executives of the Attorney General Department. Welcome. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of Head 23, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, $418,131,000. I will now invite the Attorney General to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Mr. AG.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It is my honor and distinct privilege to once more appear before this esteemed House, Mr. Chair, to examine our achievements of this ministry for the fiscal year 2024-2025 and to present the financial allocations and foreseeable expenditure of the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs for the upcoming fiscal year. The Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs has an indispensably important role as guardian of the public interest, ensuring justice is administered whilst providing legal advice and support to the government and various state bodies and state entities. In the past year, Mr. Deputy Chair, we've made significant strides in enhancing the efficiency and effectiveness of the legal system in Trinidad and Tobago and conferring the advice, rendering the advice which we are constitutionally charged to do. The improvements which we can record in the year just gone involves a substantial investment in modernizing our operations and services to better serve the public and to advance our nation's legal framework. And today I'd like to outline how the allocated funds will continue to drive these advancements support our operational needs, and ensure that we meet our obligations domestically and internationally. We will look at the legislative modernization of court process, our digitization, our human resource and capacity building, and in total, we will look to the imperative that we remain aligned with international standards in the administration of justice and financial governance. Mr. Deputy Chair, I'm very confident that the allocation set out for the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs will ensure the continued delivery of justice and exceptional legal services to the public of Trinidad and Tobago. And I want to go on record to thank the staff, legal and non-legal, of this ministry, whose dedication and commitment to professionalism is exceptional and outstanding, and without which I could not do the job that I undertake to do in the oath that I have taken. Thank you very much, and I hold myself available to answer questions as may be asked.
Honourable Attorney General. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $418,131,000 for Head 23, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $418,131,000 for Head 23, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimate of development program. We will now proceed to consider the draft estimates of the recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration, page 157 of the recurrent expenditure booklet. Item 002, Law Reform Commission. Item 003, Equal Opportunity Commission, page 158. Item 005, Law Revision Commission. And I recognize Baratara Sanwan. Item 005.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chair. Welcome, Attorney General, and also Minister in the Ministry of the Office of the Attorney General, PS, and all other staff who are with us here today. Attorney General, in relation to this line item, of the Law Revision Commission, the remuneration to board members at line item 06, I noticed there was an allocation of $162,000, but there was no expenditure for fiscal 2024. Is there a reason why there's no expenditure there?
There's no board.
Thank you very much, member. The reason why there is no item there is the board is in the process of being appointed. There is as yet no board.
Sure. AG, I ask in the context that we have the laws being revised. I believe the last time was in 2016, and we had several omnibus legislation that came thereafter, and therefore the laws are really in need of revision. So is there an anticipated time when the board will be appointed?
I would expect that the board will be appointed in the very short future.
Sure.
Item 007, Intellectual Property Office, page 159. Item 009, Criminal Law Department. Proceed, member for Baratara Sanwan.
Attorney General, I'm on line item 23, which deals with salaries, direct charges, the allocation of $14 million for 2025. Can you give this committee an indication of the total staff we have right now at the Office of the DPP, legal that is, and also the number of vacancies we have?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Mr. Thank you. Thank you, member. The current established staff at the Office of the Attorney General is 2,180 positions.
Office of DPP, sorry, AG.
DPP,
Yes,
thank you.
yes.
I beg your pardon. The number of staff for the total number of staff for the DPP is 129.
And the amount of vacancies that we have?
Number filled are 75 and vacancies 54.
These are members on the establishment?
Yes.
When we get to the contract, when we get to the goods and services, I'll ask for the contract employment.
Item 009, Criminal Law Department. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration, pages 160 to 161. Member for Barataria Sanwan.
Attorney General, I think this is where we get to the contentious matter of fees. At line item number 23, legal fees. Last year we had an incredible spend of $158 million in legal fees based on the revised estimates that are provided to us here. The original allocation was $40 million, but we came back in the mid-year review for further supplementation to take us up to $158 million in fees. Is the Attorney General still bound by not disclosing the names of the attorneys who would have collected these fees?
The position of this Attorney General member is that if a name of an attorney is asked of me, I will respect that attorney's name, and I would first seek that attorney's consent before I give any names.
We had, from the fiscal 2024, a letter that was sent to the Parliament with a breakdown of some of the attorneys who have consented to their names that for disclosure in terms of the fees that they collected. And that was a very small amount as compared to the large expenditure. Is the Attorney General willing, as done in the past, to release all of the names even without the consent of the attorneys?
I thought I just answered that. I would first ask for their consent, and if I got their consent, I would give the name.
Attorney General, I think this may have, would the Attorney General be so minded to provide to this committee a copy of the legal opinion that says that you ought to not disclose the names of the attorneys unless you have consent?
Please.
But again, we are part of the Parliament, and again, those questions can be identified and asked elsewhere.
Mr. Chairman, may I say something, please? May I?
Proceed, Minister.
As a member of
Members,
Parliament.
please proceed.
This matter has been beaten to death in other forums and in this forum by way of motions, questions to ministers and so on, and has been addressed. The member is trying to use this forum to get behind answers already given in other forums.
Okay, and again, Minister of Finance, I have so ruled with regards to the same particular aspect. But thanks for your...
Mr. Deputy Chair.
Mr. Deputy Chair, may I also get an opportunity? I take strong objection to the use of, by the member for Sawa Barataria, saying that the fees are high fees on this occasion of under $200 million, reminding myself that in a 5-year period, a UNC Attorney General spent over $1 billion in fees, and there's a follow the money trail, I'm sure, as to where some of those fees went.
Okay.
Mr. Deputy Chair, I take objection.
I will have your comment, and then I will give the Attorney General after, if he wants to bring any closing remarks on this particular aspect. So, Member for Bhatia Sanwan.
One, I take strong objection to what the Minister of Finance is saying. The question was approved by the Chair, and it's an appropriate question under this line item of fees. There's no one going around any procedure. We are allowed to ask questions and examine expenditure in this committee, and I have done so in accordance with the standing orders and the procedure of this committee. In relation to the comment made by the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, those matters with relation to the fees are not under the Attorney General's office, that $1 billion expenditure. That is not even before us in this committee. Those were a conglomerate of all of the fees. We have the records, Mr. Deputy Chair, but I must register that this spend of $158 million is one of the highest expenditure in any single financial year under the office of the Attorney General.
Okay, Member for Bhatia Sanwan. And again, Minister of Finance, I said that after I will give the Attorney General, who is the line minister, the last particular thing. But again, I'll give you the opportunity as the Minister of Finance.
Much because he spoke twice. And I distinctly remember you telling him that that question was out of order. I distinctly remember that. So it is wrong for him to say you approved the question, because you did not.
Are we guided by proportionality and so on now?
Okay. Attorney General, do you care to
Thank you.
make any closing
Thank
remark
you.
on
Yes,
this
thank you
particular
very
aspect?
much, Mr. Deputy Chair. On the question of exorbitant fees, I can assist the member for Barataria, Sawan, to say that for the period 2015 to 2024, over a 9-year period, the former government spent on average $88,839,139. And
That doesn't sound
sorry,
correct.
may I correct myself? May I correct myself? 98,969,658.84 compared with, and that's over a 9-year period, average expenditure compared with this administration of 88 million over a 5-year period. So the question of exorbitance is self-evident in the monies expended under the previous administration.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Right, we now go to item 002, Law Reform Commission. Item 003, Equal Opportunity Commission, and we're on page 162. Item 005, Law Revision Commission, page 163. Item 007, Intellectual Property Office, pages 163 and 164. Item 009, Criminal Law Department, pages 164 and 165. I'll recognize Barataria Sandman, member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chair. I'm on line item 08, which deals with rent, lease, office accommodation, and storage. There's an allocation of $5.1 million for the fiscal year 2025. Only this morning, Mr. Deputy Chair, I saw an article in the Trinidad Guardian in relation to this exact matter of the rental of a new building for DPP's office north, for the FCB building on St. Vincent Street. Can the Attorney General indicate whether or not there's a lease arrangement entered with that building for the DPP's office north?
Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There is no rental arrangement or lease arrangement in place. I am not sure of the article that the member is speaking to, but what I can say as a matter of fact, and it is a recent fact that has been confirmed, and it is that the Minister of Finance is about to sign off on a purchase of the FCP building, and that purchase is to purchase that building for the accommodation of the DPP. A valuation report has been obtained, and the building is therefore going to be purchased by the state and made available to the DPP. And the DPP has been invited, and on 4 occasions his staff, including the DPP himself on 1 occasion, visited the property and is satisfied with the property, and therefore what is in train at the moment is an intended purchase by the government through the Ministry of Finance of that former FCB building that straddles St. Vincent and Abercrombie Streets for the accommodation of the Director of Public Prosecution staff.
Yeah, the article, AG, did in fact quote that the DPP said that he visited the building, and I'm happy that it's not a rental arrangement and the state will be the owner of the property eventually. AG, then if we have this allocation of 5.1 million for rental, for office space storage, can you tell me what this allocation is for then?
Just give me 1 minute,
Sure,
please.
Sure.
The DPP, as you might appreciate, member, services all of Trinidad and Tobago. There is, or are rather, premises in South Trinidad. There are also premises that are utilized in Tobago. Sure. And therefore, and there is also currently premises currently occupied by the DPP at Winshaw Building. And therefore, there has to be an allocation for rental with respect to the other sub-offices of the DPP. I thought you were asking me about the arrangements for the building that is intended to be purchased in Port of Spain.
Oh, no. I was asking if, so this allocation will be just to confirm for DPP South, DPP Tobago, and the existing building on Richmond.
Yes, the offices that are currently leased for purposes of the criminal law department, that is to say the DPP, are a townhouse in Signal Hill, Lowlands Mall, DPP office Gulf City, and Gulf City Laramie.
Sure. Okay.
Mr. Chair, my question will come later on under different subheading.
Okay. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration, page 165. Item 002, Law Reform Commission. Item 003, Equal Opportunity Commission. Item 005, Law Revision Commission. Item 007, Intellectual Property Office. Item 009, Criminal Law Department, page 167. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Item 007, Households. I recognize the member for Chaguanas West. We're on page 167.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Attorney General, I see at line item 40 the gratuities to contract officers, and there is a decrease of 4.6 million there. How many employees will this decrease possibly impact upon?
I'm instructed, member for Chaguanas West, that in this fiscal we have less contracts concluding, and this figure doesn't relate to specific employees. It's simply that we have a lesser sum by way of gratuity for this year.
Thank you, E.G.
Item 009, Other Transfers. Item 010, Other Transfers Abroad. Honorable members, we will now move to the draft estimates of the development program, new book, consolidated fund, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, and we are at page 65, and we start with A, administrative services. F, public buildings, pages 65 and 66, and I recognize the member for Bartara Sanwan.
Thank you very much. Line item 12, AG, this is outfitting of accommodation for Director of Public Prosecutions North. There was an allocation of $3 million paid, and this is 2024, and $240,000 was spent. I assume that this would have been the expenditure for the Park Street building that remains, that was unoccupied. AG, based on the Auditor General's report, it stated that the cost for the outfitting of that building was about $23.25 million. Was this money utilized to pay any of those bills coming out of the outfitting of that building?
So thank you, member for Bartara Sanwan. The figure of 3.130 million has to do with funds which have been allocated for the accommodation for the DPP in Port of Spain. And that is going to go to outfitting of the building that is being purchased by the Minister of Finance, because after purchase, that building will have to be outfitted for the accommodation.
AG, I think you misinterpreted the question. That's for fiscal 2025 you're referring to. I was referring to the spend for 2024, fiscal 2024. 3 million that was allocated, not the 3.1.
Yes. Attorney General, we are at 012, page 65, outfitting accommodation for the Director of Public Prosecution North. Right, Honorable AG? Right, we are that particular.
Yeah, that sum for 2024 was payment of outstanding bills in 2024 to NITCO. Yes.
That was for Park Street.
For Park Street.
NITCO was the contractor.
Agent,
the contractor. Okay.
Yes.
Is it possible that your ministry will have a breakdown of the expenditure for the outfitting of that building?
Which building is this? The Park Street building that has since been terminated the lease,
Yes.
which has been terminated, and we have turned our backs on and left?
Yes.
We can provide that, yes.
Thank you very much.
The completeness of the record, that a lot of the furniture which was purchased by the Office of the Attorney General and was actually installed in the Park Street building while it remained unoccupied has now been reallocated and has been graciously accepted by the DPP at his Winshaw building and other offices of the DPP, because we are outfitting those existing buildings as we speak as well for the better accommodation of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution.
Okay, thank you very much for that, AG.
Okay.
Line
Member?
item, sorry.
Proceed.
Line item 26, the fit out of accommodation for the Civil Law Department. I realize that $8 million was allocated for 2024, but none was spent in the fiscal. Is there a reason why there was no spend on that year?
The reason for that is because there had been an intention, which has not as yet been realized, for the Civil Law Department to occupy an additional floor space of the waterfront.
Sure.
That is in the process of being examined, hopefully favorably, but we were not able to expend that sum on something that had not as yet been realized.
Sure. I realize now the new allocation is $3 million, which is $5 million less from the original. Will that be sufficient for the works that have to be undertaken?
We are optimistic, member.
I'm happy to hear that.
Anything else to add, Minister?
Add, and in the vein that I had earlier explained, there are, and part of the reason for optimism is there are furniture and other equipment that are left over from the Park Street DPP building that we have assigned to assist with the outfitting of the Civil Law Department when we take up the physical space.
Moving on, members. C, Welfare Services, page 67. Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. AG, in terms of line item 001, legal aid and advisory authority mobile outreach program, and I see that the explanation project number 001, new project. How many persons, are you in a position to tell us how many persons accessed legal aid at this time?
Honorable AG.
That is an inquiry I will have to make of the Legal Aid Authority, but I can certainly provide that in due course. But what I would say in relation to this line item that you have pointed to is that this is a provision for a mobile unit that is going to be outfitted so that it can visit and offer legal services free of cost through the Legal Aid Department to vulnerable persons who are unable themselves to come to Port of Spain to get access to the legal aid services.
AG, this would entail...
Proceed, member.
This would entail both criminal and civil matters?
And once the persons qualify, because as you appreciate, there are qualification criteria for persons who apply for legal aid, yes.
And in relation, Mr. Deputy Chair, just returning to the first question where I asked if we are in a position to ascertain how many persons presently access legal aid. When you do the inquiry, we would also be able to look at civil versus criminal as well, the different numbers.
We will do our best. You would be aware, member, that the Legal Aid Department of the Legal Aid Authority has a very well outfitted and accomplished Public Defenders Department. And it is that Public Defenders Department that provides the criminal law representation and advice to clients in need of those services under the umbrella of the Legal Aid Authority, headed by the two very capable persons in the case of the Legal Aid Authority, overall Mr. Peterson, Senior Counsel, and in the case of the Public Defenders, recently appointed Senior Counsel, Mrs. Hassine Sheikh.
And AG, yeah, thank you, Deputy Chair. AG, is there any data that would tell us how many repeat offenders would be accessing legal aid?
Members, again, I'll give you the opportunity, but again, we're not going into the operational aspect as the case may be, but I'll give you the opportunity just for the edification of the public. Proceed.
So I will make the inquiry simple, because in as much as the AG says that they can endeavor to get the information, it would be helpful to know how many, and this is of course on the criminal side, legal aid aspect, how many repeat offenders are actually accessing legal aid, and sorry? Yeah, so that, and my colleague for Barataria Sanwan is also, we are looking at, duplication of resources. We have had a discussion in this budget debate, substantive budget debate, the issue of the recidivism rate being as high as 51 or 52%, I recall. And so it would assist us in terms of knowing that the taxpayers' dollars are not really funding repeat offenders predominantly, and that it is actually being spread across a wider cross-section, and we can somehow rehabilitate them. So I leave that as general as that, and hopefully the AG may be able to give us some info on that in due course.
In general, you'll have the opportunity to
Just thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chair, and to answer the member for Chaguanas West. It certainly is not my understanding that the legal aid funds recidivism, but I will put the inquiry for this statistic out, and to the extent that I am able to answer it, I very much doubt that information is available because it's just not on record as an existing fact, but I will put the inquiry out.
Member for Barataria Sanwan.
Thank you very much. AG, earlier on you said, with respect to this line item, legal aid is to purchase basically assets for this mobile outreach program. Can you tell us the anticipated assets that they intend to acquire for this outreach?
What? Can you repeat that question?
The anticipated assets that they want to purchase.
Well, it's for the purchase and outfitting of a vehicle. And the vehicle will be staffed with lawyers and staff, and hopefully Wi-Fi services that can allow the staff, as they travel through Trinidad and Tobago, offering the services to the vulnerable clientele to be able to provide proper legal advice and other legal services.
Has a vehicle been acquired as yet?
It is in the process. It has to go through the procurement process.
Sure, okay.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $418,131,000 for Head 23, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs stand part of the schedule. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $418,131,000 for Head 23, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Attorney General. Thank you, Minister in the Attorney General's Department, and also to your Permanent Secretary and the senior executives of the Attorney General's Office. Thanks for coming. Sure. One first. Yes. Head 13, Office of the Prime Minister. Welcome to the three ministers in the Prime Minister's office. Welcome to Permanent Secretary, and also to the other senior executives of the Office of the Prime Minister. Welcome to Parliament. Head 13, Office of the Prime Minister, $823,796,200. I will now invite the Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister. Brief opening remarks, not exceeding 5 minutes. Mr. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chair. Mr. Deputy Chair, the Office of the Prime Minister is obviously instrumental in running the government and the whole of government. There are two departments, or two divisions rather, in the Office of the Prime Minister that are playing very instrumental roles in the administration of Trinidad and Tobago. And having said that, as you can see, there are 3 ministers in the Office of the Prime Minister, so I'd like to pass it over firstly to Minister Webster Roy for her just to tell us a little bit about the Gender and Child Affairs Division, and then Minister De Nobrega, the division that deals with communications out of the Office of the Prime Minister.
Gender Affairs Division is the main focal point for mainstreaming gender in Trinidad and Tobago. The Child Affairs Division is ensuring the safety and well-being of our nation's children. We have under the Child Affairs Division the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, and the National AIDS Coordinating Committee is responsible for coordination of the HIV/AIDS response nationally.
Very much. Mr. Chairman, the Communications Ministry within the Office of the Prime Minister provides centralized, timely and accurate communications that engages and empowers our citizens through the following main divisions. Firstly, through our Freedom of Information Division, we ensure that the public has access to information on all government services. Our government print provides reliable printing, binding and related services for government agencies and the public. Our Information Division, along with our Government Communications Division, via the radio, television, photography units, as well as content created for social media, provide and produce credible, educational and entertaining multimedia products, both hard copy and digital, on government policies, procedures and achievements. And our National Archives records our Trinidad and Tobago heritage and is accessible to the public. Beyond that, Mr. Chairman, of course, our state agencies, our local broadcast company, TTT Limited, National Library Information System Authority, or NALIS, and the Board of Film Censors are also under OPMC's portfolio. Thank you.
Thank you to the 3 ministers. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $823,796,200 for Head 13, Office of the Prime Minister, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $823,796,200 for Head 13, Office of the Prime Minister, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, will be on page 55 of the recurrent expenditure booklet. Item 001, General Administration. Member for point of view.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Minister, line item 14, remuneration to members of cabinet-appointed committees. They had allocated budgeted 361,200. Only 141 was spent for this fiscal, and 300 is budgeted again for this fiscal. Could you state what boards were not constituted and what's the plan for 2025 with the boards?
Sure. Under this line item, there were 2 committees that were paid under that vote. That was the Management Committee for St. Jude's School for Girls and the Interministerial Committee to coordinate the services to reduce domestic violence. You know, recently government would have approved the National Strategic Action Plan to end gender-based violence and sexual violence in Trinidad and Tobago, 2023 to 2027. So under that, in order to implement the NSAP and to monitor it, we're going to be creating 2 new committees. That would be a working group as well as a technical steering committee. So the funds will be going towards the existing committees as well as the two committees under the NSAP that will be approaching Cabinet to establish.
Thank you.
Item 002, Gender Affairs Division. Item 003, Communications. Item 004, Government Printry. Item 005, National Archives. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration, pages 57 to 58. And I recognize the member for Urupuch West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Honorable Ministers, and welcome to your staff. Line item 16, Contract Employment. Minister, would you be able, in any one of the ministers, to provide a breakdown of the components of this subhead, the number of contractors, the number of persons under contract employment, and the positions in which they are occupying?
Certainly, it's 280 contract positions from the OPM head office, inclusive of Gender Affairs Division. 110 are filled, 170 are vacant, 30 positions are being advertised.
Just repeat how many are vacant.
170.
170 vacant. Thank you. 170 vacant, of which 30. What is happening with the 140 others?
Well, as you would have realized, as we've gone through every single ministry before, not all vacant positions are filled, can be filled. Some are suppressed while there's utilization in other areas, etc.
Sure, thank you.
Item 002, we're going to the item before or the one I'm coming to?
The item we were on before, but on the second page.
General Administration.
Proceed. Services, General Administration.
Page 58 now.
Item 21, Repairs and Maintenance of Buildings. Minister, I note that we had a 361,000 average estimate, revised estimate for fiscal 2024, but you're now looking at a $50 million estimate. Can the Minister advise what specific building or buildings are proposed to be repaired under this head?
Absolutely. As you would have heard both the Honorable Prime Minister as well as the Minister of Finance say in both their budget contributions, there are huge outstanding sums of money owed by the Office of the Prime Minister to UDCOT. And when a reconciliation exercise was done, the sum owed for outstanding invoices for UDCOT from since fiscal 2019 to date is approximately $53 million. So when the Ministry of Finance saw this, the Budgets Division allocated sums of money to repay these sums that are owing under various line items. One of the line items that it was allocated to is official entertainment, which is just above that, line item 19, as well as line item 21, which is the repairs and maintenance of buildings. So this is really for our invoices that are owing to UDCOT, but also for repairs that are due to Whitehall during this fiscal. So a large sum of this will be for repairs to Whitehall, for the maintenance of Whitehall after money was spent, bringing it back into a serviceable condition. Part of what needs to be done now is maintenance and also certain repairs that need to be carried out. So it's between the combination of those two.
Item 002, Gender Affairs Division. Item 003, Communications. Item 004, Government Printry, page 56. Item 005, National Archives. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Gender Affairs Division. Item 003, Communications. Item 004, Government Printry. Item 005, National Archives. Item 006, Freedom of Information Unit, page 63. I recognize the member for Baratoya Sanwan.
Thank you. Mr. Deputy Chair, can the minister indicate under this loan line item under this unit, contract employment, how many persons are employed at this unit?
At the Office of the Information?
No.
Freedom of Information Unit. Vision. Member, 1, 2, 3, 4. You have 5 positions. There's 1 person in position right now. We have multiple positions that have been advertised to be filled.
Currently, there's just only 1 person in the
There's
unit.
1 person in position, the Monitoring and Evaluation Officer in the FOI unit.
Okay.
West, member.
Yeah, just as a follow-up on the same line item.
Same line item.
Minister, you have 1 person in office occupying the office at this point, but you have several vacancies, you said. Did you indicate the number of vacancies?
5.
5. So you have 5 persons for which you have advertised. But in your estimate for 2025, you have not included any provision for them.
That is not an unusual...
That you are not planning to fill those
Well, you have
vacancies?
the truth is that what we have is a position where you had people come to end of contract, and we are advertising for the position to be refilled.
Understood.
Yeah.
Item 007, Office of Information Commissioner. Recognized member for Baratoria Sanwan.
Thank you very much. Under this line item, there was an allocation of $150,000, and there was no spend for 2024. This has to do, or is in relation to the Data Protection Act and establishment of the Office of the Information Commissioner. I know that the government intended to say we'll have full proclamation of the Data Protection Act by 2024, but there's no allocation in 2025 for the Office of Information Commissioner. Can the minister or ministers give a reason why there's no allocation?
So, member, we are right now working along with Ministry of Digital Transformation.
Yes.
We are going through the process to look at hiring, and at the time that we can make that decision, we will work with the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Digital Transformation to find the money in order to do that.
And this line item will be really for the payment of the Information Commissioner.
Correct.
Is there any recruitment exercise taking place for this person?
We are looking at that right now. So the process has not started, but we are going through the motions, looking at the TOR, working with Ministry of Digital Transformation to start that as soon as possible.
Okay, so we expect in 2025 fiscal, we will have the ads going out for the recruitment of the Information Commissioner. Thank you. And
my colleague has just said, Cabinet has approved that as well.
Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 003, Communications. Item 004, Government Printry. Item 005, National Archives. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. We now on page 64. Item 001, Regional Bodies. Item 003, United Nations Organizations. Item 004, International Bodies. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. I recognize the member for Orupuch West.
Mr. Chair, I want to ask the same question for line items 03, 04, 05, 09, and 10, which is that you have estimates of one value for these institutions, and you did not use the full allocation in fiscal 2024, and you're carrying the same figure into fiscal 2025. So just for the example, contribution to non-profit institutions, children's homes, you had a $9.5 million proposed spend in 2024, which you did not utilize fully. You spent only 6.8 compared to 9.5. And now you've gone to 7. Yes, ma'am.
So so for contribution to nonprofit institutions, children's home, now what we employ under this is what we call a payment per child system. So that is the funds that we use for those privately run homes to help support them. We can't estimate how many children would go in every year. So it's better to have an overallocation. So for example, for fiscal 2024 under the payment per child system, we spent $7,718,095.23. We have, that would have catered to, as of August, 376 children in care of 26 licensed children's homes. And as I said, it's a payment per child system, so the numbers could go up or down.
This would be specifically for 03?
03, yeah.
All right, so what would then be the explanation for St. Mary's Children's Home where the allocation was not fully utilized, and the St. Dominic's Children's Home, and contribution to other non-profit institutions which are gender-based, gender affairs-based, St. Michael's School for Boys and St. Jude's Home for Girls?
So let me go to St. Michael's first, okay? That's okay?
Yes, yes.
Right. Now, at St. Michael's, as you're aware, St. Michael's, the institution doesn't exist. What we have on the books is monies to cover staff who are waiting on the CPO for us to finalize the V-step arrangements with them so they could leave because, as I said, the institution doesn't exist. In terms of St. Dominic's Children's Home, they would have received $40,500,000 in the last fiscal year, but this the amount would have been reduced a bit. But if you take into consideration, sometimes they have to, the subvention, they may not use up all at the end of the fiscal, so we might have things coming that we have to cover the next year. The same would apply for St. Mary's Home. In terms of contribution to nonprofit institutions, gender affairs, now under the MPI gender affairs, that is what we use to execute our programs. That is what we use to execute our programs within the Gender Affairs Division. And I must say, we have been very fortunate that when we are implementing activities that we tend to get a lot of support from different agencies. So I could go to some of the things that I've done for under that line item. Would you like me to go through the programs for you?
In the interest of time, if you could send it in writing.
I want to go through it. Let me show off a little bit now, right? Okay. So under gender affairs, the international obligations and payment would have done that, or support to NGOs. We gave the New Life Ministries $900,000 as an annual allocation. Then we gave Childline just over $1 million, the Child Welfare League just over $500,000. The Network for Non-Governmental Organizations would have received just over $200,000. In terms of one-off grants that we would have given out to CSOs and individuals, between March, in March we gave out 14, the Caribbean Women Support Group, My Goal and Calling Abuse and Battered Ministry, Vessels of Virtue Theatrical Team, Light of Hope Full Gospel Ministries, Trinidad and Tobago Federation of Women's Institute, Bethesda for Persons with Disabilities, Rhythmic Vibrations, Jesus is the Answer Community Outreach, Network of Rural Women Producers of Trinidad and Tobago, Men of Purpose, Revival Mission, Coalition Against Domestic Violence, We Code Caribbean Iron Dependency, and for that one session of grant distribution, that would have been just $441,220. And in June, we distributed another $121,999. This went to Heroes Foundation, Caribbean Women Honors and Empowerment, Trinidad and Tobago, Color Splash Trinidad and Tobago Foundation, Nikiva Rescue Center, Adina Pollard, Simon, Vessels of Virtue Theatrical Team, Stephen Edwards Productions, Down Syndrome Family Network, Wharf Trace Sports and Cultural Club, Tabitha's Home for Women and Children, the Maynard Foundation of Ordinary People Doing Extraordinary Things, in total, Caribbean Women Honors and Empowerment, Network of Non-Governmental Organizations of Trinidad and Tobago for the Advancement of Women, Trinidad and Tobago Youth Will Rise, Women of Substance. In August 2024, we gave out $89,200 to 10 organizations. These will be distributed, the checks have been prepared. These would be Agape Church of Seventh-day Adventists, Caribbean Women's Sports Support Group, Color Splash Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Marcus Kisoon, My Goal and Calling Abused and Battered Women's Ministry, We Code Caribbean, the Wesleyan Holiness Church of St. James, Council of the Orisha Elder Trinidad and Tobago Carinash Pentecostal Church, Ms. Jessica Gopal. We have another set to be distributed, which was approved and signed off in September. That is $74,000 going to grassroots organizations operating in Trinidad and Tobago in sisterhood. That's Roots, TT, and the Father's House. We also would have used funds under that line item to commemorate International Day. So we had International Men's Day 2023, the 16 Days of Activism 2023, under 16 Days of Activism. We had the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, World AIDS Day, Human Rights Day. Other initiatives include a virtual town hall meeting on ageism, operations of the National Domestic Violence Shelter, the National Domestic Violence Hotline 800-SAVE, the empowerment of victims through the launch of our Survivors Transformation and Empowerment Program. That's the STEP initiative. I mentioned that in the budget debate when I was contributing. We had training and capacity building awareness. So we did a virtual first responders training in using the Central Registry on Gender-Based Violence. We did gender awareness sensitization with local government councillors and aldermen, mayors, members of parliament, and the constituency staff. We had sensitization of the THA administrators and senior officers. We had sessions in various schools. We had sessions with the CCC, youth organizations, St. Jude's School for Girls, as well as SPARK, Igniting Sexual and Reproductive Health, gender-related issues, where we would have interacted with police youth clubs. We did sessions at health centers and sessions at private sector agencies. I think day before yesterday, they were out in the Kuva Tabatki Talparo Regional Corporation, working along your councillors there and doing sensitization as well. We had support for women and girls. We had the support of the LSA Healthcare Services for Menstrual Hygiene Day. We have the UTech initiative. We spent approximately $48,000 on that, where we worked with young people around technology and cyberbullying, etc. We had BRACE, the BTHAM Resurgence Accelerated Through Care Empowerment Program. That was just over $60,000. And we had our men's program, or Working Men's Forum, as well as the distribution of educational material. I could go on, but I realize you're getting frustrated, sorry.
Mr. Deputy Chair, I think this is an appropriate moment to record that we're particularly proud and satisfied this minister has built out the care for children, which she inherited in 2015 and has done a phenomenal job. So I'd like to record that on the Parliament floor.
Mr. Chairman, I have the information for the other line item you mentioned, which was the Children's Authority, and the information under the subventions for that. You want me to call them out for you? The subventions.
For what?
The payment per child. You asked about that under the contribution for child development. You want me to go through the list or no?
Child development.
Yeah, you call out all the items on the...
No, ma'am.
You went up to 10. You went up to 10, Mr. You went up to 10.
No. I was very specific on the ones I asked. I know you're very anxious to recite your mantras with the work that you've been doing. But maybe you might be able to answer the very specific question.
I did.
The very same item 07 that you're anxious to go to, contribution to non-profit institutions, child development.
Mm-hmm.
We are seeing a decrease from $1.2 million proposed spend, revised figure in 2024. We are seeing a decrease by $300,000 to $900,000. Can the minister specifically indicate what would account for this decrease in the contribution to non-profit institutions under child development?
Now, this particular line item is used to do a lot of the work that we do at Gender and Child Affairs. And as I've mentioned earlier, we have been very fortunate to get the support of a number of agencies in rolling out our programs, right? If it include the international organizations, and if at any time we may need additional funds, I would have mentioned the budget debate. The Minister of Finance has been very generous to the Gender and Child Affairs Division. I could go through some of the things that we have done on that specific one for you if you want.
I want to find out what caused the decrease, Minister. What would account for the decrease?
Listen. We are getting a lot of assistance from various agencies. It is a small pie. We all have to share the pie equitably, and with the allocation we receive, we try to do our best with the support of our external agencies, and we have been doing the work. we have been out
Thank you for your
there
response,
doing the
Minister.
work.
Thank you very much for your response.
Thank you, members. Item 007, households. Item, okay, Orupuch West member.
Thank you. I refer the ministers and I presume to the substantive minister in the ministry. 03, Children's Authority. Actual spend 2023, $129.5 million, $129.5 million. Your revised estimate for 2024 is $90 million, falling again in 2025 to $85 million. Can the minister explain what would have caused a substantial drop from $129.5 million in 2023 to now, today, a proposed spend of $85 million?
So for Children's Authority, I'm sure you'll remember that we'd have gotten additional fund at the mid-year. That would have brought it up to that amount. Now, if we need additional money, I'm confident that we'll get the additional funds from the Minister of Finance. But one of the things I want to point out, right, what is key for the Children's Authority going forward is a review of the authority. I mentioned that in the debate. We have to look at to see if that is a model that we want. So one of the things that we're going to focus on, notwithstanding the allocation, is getting a consultant to come in and to review the authority to see if that is the exact model and if we're doing the best for nation's children under the existing system. That consultancy would be covered by one of our partnering governments would have agreed to do that. I could go through what we would have spent and what we plan to do at the Children's Authority if you want. I have all the information.
Minister, again, I understand the enthusiasm and so on, but let's focus on the line items and the questions I'm asking for answer.
Maybe I could assist.
did give you the answer.
May I please ask the question? May I please ask the question?
No, members, hold on. But again, members, questions will be asked. The various ministers will give the appropriate answer, right? Again, to determine whether it is that, you may not be in sync with the answer, but again, the minister has answered. So if you have a follow-up, you are free to ask a follow-up.
Before he gets to the follow-up, if I may just add to what my friend has said, in case it didn't come across clear enough, which it was. The minister has been doing, Minister Webster Roy, the Member of Parliament for Tobago East, has been doing a phenomenal job where there may be shortfalls by government in being able to provide the necessary funds. She has partnered with a number of international agencies, including the various bodies under United Nations and other like-type agencies who have been assisting in providing liquid cash resources to be able to fund a number of these programs that have enabled us as a responsible government to take the burden off of the taxpayers. We are always interested in getting best value for money for taxpayers as opposed to exploding and ensuring that there's a lot of fat to taxpayers.
Member for Orupuch West.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your explanation, as it were. Minister, are you comfortable with the allocation of $85 million compared to the $129 you would have spent in fiscal 2023? Are you comfortable with the allocation of $85 million for the Children's Authority for fiscal 2025?
Madam Minister.
Member for Orupuch West, I am comfortable.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, right, I know you might be getting to the issue about the staffing and if the money will be able to cover staffing and all of that. The authority would have gone through a restructuring process. There was an approved org structure by the cabinet. They had proposed, we have on staff now 202 employees. By October 31st, 2024, the projecting staffing level is expected to increase to 77%. That will be amounting to a total of 395 employees at the Children's Authority. I'm not going to go through the long list, right? But what I want to say again, we have to review CAT to see if what exists is the best model for Trinidad and Tobago. And that, listen, that is
I thank
crucial.
you, but I think we have had a long explanation, but we don't want to get into policy.
That is crucial in determining if it is that
policy.
Members, please. Again, the Minister will answer. I will give you the opportunity to make a comment, okay? Minister,
That is very critical, right? And if it is that we recognize that we may need additional funding, we can come back at mid-year, as we have done in the past, and we have received the support of the Minister of Finance in the past. And there's that commitment to support the child care and protection system. We have received funding consistently to strengthen CAT. I could say that without any fear of contradiction.
Any other question? Member for Woolwich West?
No more questions.
Okay, thank you. Item 009, other transfers. Item 011, transfers to state enterprises. Members, subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. We go to different book. Statutory boards. 004, statutory boards, page 5. Honorable members, we will now move to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. 53, National Library and Information System. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration, pages 5 and 6. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Page 18, Development Program Booklet, Consolidated Fund. Item 004, Social Infrastructure, and we start with G, Educational Services, page 18. C, Welfare Services, pages 19 and 20. I'll recognize the member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Minister,
I recognize her, member.
Minister, I'm on line item 088, the establishment of a National Children's Registry. I know this has been an ongoing program trying to get this Children's Registry up and running. I saw a revised estimate for $200,000. Is it that it has been completed and we're at the implementation phase now?
Yes,
okay.
Yes, it is. Yeah, implementation
right.
phase.
And so that the implementation will therefore be funded under a different line item. I have some other questions under here. Member for point of view, thank you. Thank you. I am also on line item 108, retraining of women in small and micro enterprise development. I see no estimate for this program in fiscal 2025. Is there a reason for that? Has it?
So thank you for that question. This was a pilot project, right? And coming out of that, we would have developed what we call the STEP, Survivors Transformation and Empowerment Program. And STEP would be a long-term implementation and will be, recurrent come fiscal 2025. Yeah.
Thank you. And do you have on hand how many persons benefited from the pilot, benefited during the pilot program?
Under that, what we would have done initially was we hosted a series of women's economic empowerment villages. We had one in Mkoya, Chaguanas, Tobago, San Fernando, and we were going to Diego Martinez. I think in all, over 320 women. Sorry. No, we're going to go to...
Minister of Finance can lobby in his own time.
Our intention is to go to as many constituencies as possible, communities as possible. But we've been to Macoya, we've captured that geographic region, we went to Chaguanas, we went to San Fernando, and we went to Tobago. We're hoping to go to Diego Martin next, and I believe after Diego Martin, we go to Grandy. So that's how we're doing it.
Okay.
And to date, over 320 women approximately would have benefited from that.
And
as
thank you.
I said, as we continue it, it's going to be recurrent.
Okay, no problem. And in terms of information for persons who would like to access the program, where is that information disseminated?
It's on our ministry website and our social media as well.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
And we also liaise with the corporations when we go into the communities to
Okay.
prove that they will help us to mobilize.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just on line item 112, training of wards for self-sufficiency.
Yeah.
Now I know this program, the intention was to take persons who would be in children's homes, and as they are transitioning outwards, that they'll get some sort of skill set that will make them employable going forward. I saw that the revised estimate is $200,000 with an estimate for fiscal 2025 of $650,000. Can you tell me how many persons, how many wards, persons benefited from this $200,000 revised estimate in fiscal 2024?
In fiscal 2024, 57 students from 5 community residences were successfully trained in vocational and technical skills, and 3 of them would have received scholarships. What we intend to do with the allocation in this year is to do a tracer study to see where those 57 children are, because we're trying to ensure that we map them as they leave, so we ensure we build out better services going forward.
Okay, excellent, because that was my follow-up question in terms of whether or not we were tracking.
Yes, so that's what we intend to do this time
And
around.
additionally, is there any, because I know there have been announced, where there are several programs under the Ministry of Youth Development, which does a similar type of training for self-sufficiency, etc.
Remember, again, we starting to go into the operational, but I know it's good information. So again, if this probably could be the last
this is
question
the last.
on this.
Well, my question was whether or not there was consideration that for this program to be included in programs already existing elsewhere, so that we can have some level of synchronization in terms of retraining, training for employment that already exists within the government landscape, as opposed to a new program that is just established elsewhere.
Minister?
That actually happens now. And what we do is a whole of government. So when we're developing the programs, especially core ministries, so for example, I will liaise closely with social development, youth development and national service, community development and education to ensure that we have some level of synergy. But as I said, going forward, with this allocation, what we intend to do is very specific, is to trace those 57 persons that would have benefited last fiscal to see where they're at, and to ensure that going forward we have better services in place.
Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Chair, I want to assure the member for Tabaquite that this government has a policy that we do not duplicate programs and we do not duplicate spend of taxpayers' money. So you will not find, as you've just heard the minister say, one ministry offering an identical project or even a similar one to another. If that occurs, then we mandate the various ministries to work together to reduce or to totally eliminate any duplicity.
No problem.
I want to mention, member for Tabaquite, this particular activity would have been one of the items on the work program that would have been developed by the Interagency Task Force, and the recommendations coming out of the Justice Judiciary report. We have the Standing Committee on Child Protection in place. So when we are developing all of this, all these ministers and ministries would have been in meetings developing the way forward. Okay. In terms of implementing the item.
Thank you. So that also takes me to line item 114, the implementation of the Interagency Task Force recommendations. Pardon? Yes. So that line item 114 has a revised estimate of $500,000 with no estimate going forward for fiscal 2025. Is it that the implementation of the Interagency Task Force recommendations is that completed to a satisfactory level, or has the spend been moved over to different line items?
Exactly that. This particular line item has been discontinued, but future programs and projects have been identified, and some of the work items are already part of other ministries and agencies' current work program. In 2023-24, we would have done 2 items under that particular 114. We had the implementation of the Java games in 2024, as well as the repairs for the migrant home for girls in Maraval.
Thank you. Line item 113, one-off grant to community residences. The estimate was $3,001,000 is the revised estimate. Is it that the grants were not distributed, or one-off grant for community residences?
Yes. The revised estimate for this project was approximately $1.6 million, right? Based on the information that we received from the Children's Authority, 6 community residences would have applied for grants and 5 were approved. What we were trying to do was to use this fund, this facility, to assist homes to get ready for licensing, and it was specifically to deal with physical infrastructure issues. I think to date all our homes are now licensed, so in terms of needing physical infrastructure work, that would have been covered.
Okay, so this is just a matter of, at the time the books were prepared, the number was... All right. And final question for me on this space, line item 115, the development of a national framework to respond to the perpetration of domestic violence. We have 500,000. Could you tell me exactly what was done in this program over the last fiscal, and whether or not we're measuring our successes as we put forward another $500,000 in terms of the development of the framework? How far along are we?
We have started doing some baseline studies. What we intend to do in this fiscal 2025 is to partner with the Judiciary on this project, and we intend to hire a consultant. And as to date, the procurement documents have been completed, and the tender process should be initiated in the first quarter of fiscal 2025.
My colleague from Tobago asked exactly the same questions I was going to ask, so ask and answer.
What about you, Rupert? Same thing?
I have some more questions.
You have some more questions?
Yes.
All right.
Line item 084.
084.
Refurbishment of 2 safe
same
houses.
Page 19.
Same page. Refurbishment of 2 safe houses. You had proposed last year when you were before us a spend of $2.2 million, but none was actually expended. And now your budget for fiscal 2025 is even less than your initial estimate. Can the Minister indicate what transpired which put you in a situation where you did not utilize the allocation?
So the facilities were actually being utilized by the Children's Authority, and the intention is to hand them back to Gender and Child Affairs in this fiscal year. The monies we have allocated here is to do some work on the septic system, because they recognize that there's an issue there. So we're hoping to have that rectified before we could actually use it for its intended purpose. Because in last fiscal, because Children's Authority had a specific need, we allowed them to use the building.
Thank you. Last question, line item 103.
103.
That would be records management system that you were supposed to go through the phase 2 of the records management system implementation. You had a $2 million proposed spend, but none was spent in fiscal 2024, and you have no projection for fiscal 2025. Is it that phase 2 has been completed in fiscal 2023, and therefore you did not need the allocation in 2024, 25, or going forward?
That is a project that was being looked at, but because of the management of the funds that were available during the fiscal, it was parked, so to speak, and right now we're looking at it and looking to see if there are other ways that can be done. If there's a need and it can be implemented this fiscal, we'll make the necessary application to the Ministry of Finance.
Thank you.
Honorable members, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, on page 21. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. A, Administrative Services. Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. I am on line item 026, that's on page 22, Media Consumption and Aptitude Survey. Yes, so I assume the survey is ongoing. You have a budgeted spend of $1 million. So my question is, how far along are you in this process, and what are we hoping to accomplish?
So, member, maybe we should start with what we hope to accomplish. Across government, we want to be able to make the best decisions in terms of our communication about what the government is doing, and we want that to be data-driven. So therefore, that is the purpose of the survey. Unfortunately, I have to tell you that we are not on the way. We sent out a tender and only received one person submitting a tender. I don't think it would be in the best interest of anyone for us to select one of one. So we are relooking our TOR, and we will be going back out to tender, I think, by the end of November.
Okay, thank you. And then line item 028, Institutional Strengthening of TTT Limited. No, this is a question I ask all the time, right? Because it's always here. So an estimate of 1.5 million, nothing revised, 500,000. Tell me how we're strengthening TTT or what's happening here.
So, remember, our institutional strengthening is really focused on one, training, upskilling, not focused on infrastructure works. This line item is going to be focused on paying off some of the bills that they would have had outstanding, focused on things like the rebranding of our news, training for there's an MOU that we've signed with OJT for persons who have come out of the whether it is Arthur Lockjack, come out of UTT, come out of UE, Ken Gordon, those things. And there would have been infrastructure work that would have been necessary for that in terms of equipment. Those are the things that will be focused on this year. If we do need additional funds, this is actually one of the line items in my DP that I've spoken to the Minister of Finance for, and he's given me the same assurance. I don't know if it's the same ferocity that the Minister for Gender and Child Affairs got his.
And so that in fiscal 2024 then, because we have a revised estimate of nothing, so is it that whatever upskilling took place in-house? So could we just account for the...
Some of it, most of it was done in-house. In some cases, we would have had work that was done pro bono as well.
Okay, thank you.
F, Public Buildings. Honorable members, we will now move on to the Infrastructure Development Fund. And we're in the same book at page 185. Item 004, Social Infrastructure. C, Welfare Services, page 185. Member for Oakwood West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I refer you, Madam Minister, to line item 020, reconstruction of former government quarters to establish a shelter for female survivors of domestic violence. In fiscal 2024, when last you were here, you advertised that you wanted to pursue this objective. It was a new line item then at a cost of $2.5 million. But there has been no spend. Based on the statistics in front of me, there has been no spend and no projected spend. Has this project been abandoned?
Okay, that particular building, presently would have reclaimed it for another purpose, and another entry would be using it here.
So we have abandoned the pursuit of a program for shelter for female survivors of domestic violence.
We have other facilities.
Okay.
We have other projects here.
Just this particular...
This particular one,
got it.
Yeah, was reclaimed by Presti. Yeah.
So what had happened here, Member for Oakwood West, is that private sector came forward and they would provide a service. So as opposed to the government having to carry the cost of it, we decided to transfer the property and they will carry the cost of it.
Okay. I'm moving to line item 018, establishment of a domestic violence shelter. The establishment of a domestic violence shelter, last year you projected a $500,000 spend, but no spend was incurred. You're now projecting a $1.5 million spend. Can you advise why no spend was incurred in 2024?
What happened is that the building was illegally occupied. It took a while to get the squatter out. And now that we've got the person out, we're going to be developing that facility to establish one of the first male shelters in Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you. So that the consideration you had both for the previous line, the two line items, 20 and 18, the clientele that you would have had to treat in those two centers, you have now you're treating them in the established institutions that already exist.
I don't understand.
All right, so you have
No,
you had proposed to do two
member
sets.
Urupuch West is no, the previous line item that the minister addressed, that one has been moved to private sector. This one, as the minister said, is going to be done by government, but we could not implement it because we had to go through the legal process of removing a squatter from another set of premises. Now that the squatter has been removed, the minister and her team are proceeding, and that's why you would see the 1.5 million estimate for this fiscal. So it's now clean for them to go, and as the minister said, this is for a male shelter. The previous one was female shelter.
Thank you.
Member for Urupuch West, I just want to reassure you, right, and the public, we actually have a shelter for female victims that already exists, and it accepts women and the children 18 years and under. That is run by government.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Public buildings. Member for Tabakit, you have a question here?
Line item 014, construction of Baptist Cathedral, $10 million, estimated in fiscal 2025. Pardon? Go ahead.
No, what's the question?
So my question is, what's the plan? The plan is the construction of a Baptist.
The plan, as is stated there very, very clearly, is the construction of a Baptist cathedral. This government had taken a decision to assist the spiritual Baptist faith. This government had taken a decision and implemented the decision where we granted the spiritual Baptist faith a particular parcel of land, assisted them in the construction of their first phase, and this is now to assist in the construction of the second phase, which is going to be a cathedral for the spiritual Baptists to worship at.
Thank you. And so is it that we estimate that in fiscal 2025, the construction will be complete, the $10 million?
Correct. This is the government's contribution towards it. They as well would make their own contributions and do the work necessary.
Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $823,796,200 for Head 13, Office of the Prime Minister, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $823,796,200 for Head 13, Office of the Prime Minister, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you to the three ministers, thank you to the permanent secretaries, and also thank you to the senior executives of the Office of the Prime Minister. Thank you. You okay? You okay now? Head 04, Industrial Court. I welcome back the Attorney General and also the Minister in your Attorney General and Legal Affairs Department, also to the Permanent Secretary and also to the senior executives in the Attorney General and Legal Affairs Ministry. Welcome. Head 04, Industrial Court, $28,268,700. I will now invite the Attorney General to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Honorable AG, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chair. It is my privilege once again to appear before this Honorable Standing Finance Committee to speak to and to present the budgetary allocation of the Industrial Court for examination, a court with which I am very familiar, having practiced there since I entered private practice more years ago than I care to put on record, and a superior court of record that started in 1965 and has performed remarkable and invaluable service to the citizenry of this country. There are many books that are written about the stability that this court has brought as an institution to this country, and I'm very proud to therefore be here today as Attorney General to speak in defense of its allocation. It is a superior court of record, as I've said. It has the function of upholding the principles and practices of good industrial relations as pillars of industrial peace, economic and social development through the resolution of disputes between workers who are represented by their trade unions and employers, both by way of conciliation and by way of adjudication. And in a world today in which we have as a favorite buzzword alternative dispute resolution, it's good for us to recall that as far back as 1965, statutorily under the Industrial Stabilization Act, the Industrial Court of Trinidad and Tobago was one of the pioneers of alternative dispute resolution by the process of conciliating disputes among workers and their employers. And I am happy to also say that there is a special tribunal established by the Civil Service Act which hears and determines disputes in the civil service, the police service, the fire service, prison service, teaching service, supplemental police, and the central bank, comprised of a complement of 26 members, judges, who are appointed based on their expertise in areas of industrial law, economics, and accounting. And I'm happy to stand here today to take questions from members of this Honorable Finance Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $28,268,700 for Head 04, Industrial Court, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $28,268,700 for Head 04, Industrial Court, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration, page 18, members. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, Item 001, General Administration, pages 18 and 19. Item 02, South Office. Item 003, Tobago. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration, and be on page 21. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. Honorable members, we now move to the draft estimates of the development program. Consolidated Fund. Item 005, Multi-sectoral and other services. And we are at A, Administrative Services, page 7 of the new booklet.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair.
Barataria Sanwan, member.
Honorable Attorney General, there was an allocation of $1 million for the line item computerization of the industrial court. However, only $41,000 was used up based from that $1 million allocation. Can you indicate why there was such a low spend for that fiscal year?
Thank you. If you just give me 1 minute. Honourable Member for Barataria San Juan, I am assured that we can put that answer to you in writing.
Sure. AG, the reason I asked this question is in the context that the formal judiciary has moved towards virtual courts and virtual trials hearings. So I thought that the industrial court was also going towards that, that push. I know some hearings are done virtually in the industrial court, but not the conciliation hearings per se. So I thought that this line item would have covered the move towards virtual court at the industrial court.
Yes, I am assured that the court will be moving towards a hybrid, more hybrid system of virtual as well as in-person, and that's a work in progress that's going to be built out.
Thank you.
F. Buildings. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $28,268,700 for head 04 industrial court stand part of the schedule. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $28,268,700 for head 04 industrial court now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, AG. Thank you, Madam PS. Thank you to the other minister. Head 75, Equal Opportunity Tribunal. Head 75, Equal Opportunity Tribunal, $3,865,800. I now invite the Attorney General to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Equal Opportunity Tribunal is an important tribunal that is given a statutory role to play in being the judicial intervener to adjudicate on issues of discrimination and promoting a culture of equal opportunities throughout Trinidad and Tobago. The tribunal is a specialist superior court of record established under the Equal Opportunity Act, Chapter 2202, to determine unresolved complaints on discrimination referred to it by the Equal Opportunity Commission. Its procedure is very similar to that of the High Court. It has broad powers which include granting injunctions and making orders for compensation, damages and other remedies for the complainant if they are successful, or dismissal of the action if the respondent wins, together with orders for costs. Decisions of the tribunal are enforceable in the High Court with a limited right of appeal to the Court of Appeal. I am honored to sit here today to defend the allocation for this tribunal. Thank you.
Thank you, AG. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $3,865,800 for head 75, Equal Opportunity Tribunal, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $3,865,800 for head 75, Equal Opportunity Tribunal, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, personnel expenditure, item 001, general administration, we are at page 322. Subhead 02, goods and services, item 001, general administration. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, households. Honorable members, we will now move to the draft estimates of the Development Program Consolidated Fund, item 005, multi-sectoral services. We are at page 145. A, administrative services. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $3,865,800 for head 75 Equal Opportunity Tribunal stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $3,865,800 for head 75 Equal Opportunity Tribunal now stands part of the schedule. Head 03, Judiciary. Head 03, Judiciary, $594,318,825. I will now invite the Attorney General to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the judiciary is the third arm of the state. That is to say, the third arm together with the executive and the legislature, charged with the responsibility of resolving disputes which arise in our society and are brought before our courts. And when these matters come before the courts, the judiciary is required to distill the facts and apply the law. It is not a department of government, nor is it under any form of ministerial control or responsibility. The separation of powers doctrine refers to the judiciary as an independent institution of the state because it must remain and must appear to be unbiased in disputes that arise between citizens and the state. There must, however, Madam Chair, be a comity of relations between the separate arms of the state, a mutual understanding of purpose, rules, and objectives of each arm and agency of state so that policies, laws, and resources are applied consistent with the needs of society for the application and dispensation of justice. And in this regard, it is important that there remain open lines of communication between the Honorable Chief Justice in his administrative capacity as head of the judiciary with his administrative team and the executive and its agencies and departments to ensure that the resources and government support are provided for judicial operations and court improvement initiatives. And that judiciary remains independent. Its role and functions require collaboration with other arms of the justice sector. And in that administrative capacity, I am privileged as the Attorney General, a member of the executive, to operate as the conduit from the judiciary to the executive branch, the cabinet, and the legislative branch, and so that there is no direct representation by the judiciary at either forum, but so that the voice of the judiciary is expressed through the Attorney General. And this is best illustrated today as I appear, and I have the privilege to appear today assisted by members of the Court Executive Administration of the judiciary to answer questions in furtherance of the allocation of the Minister of Finance in the budget to the judiciary to enable it to continue to discharge its functions which have to do with legislation and rules of court, which the government continues to support the judiciary in, its budget and physical facilities, to name only a few, the upgrade of the Port of Spain District Court, the upgrade of the new Supreme Court building in San Fernando, construction of a new family court in San Fernando, construction of a new San Fernando District Court, and expansion of virtual courts in the prisons. And the judiciary has used its available resources to achieve a number of things, in particular, coming out of our COVID period, the improved access to justice, which has been implemented across the countries through the virtual access customer centers, 10 public locations across Trinidad and Tobago, upgrades to 15 courtrooms, expansion of online payments, electronic payments into court, shifting from paper filing to information capture and management, and improved court buildings and facilities. And as the judiciary continues to build out through its administrative and judicial functions, it continues to be supported by the executive. Among the important objectives for the 2025 year will be reviewing the AJIPA, Administration of Justice Improvement processes and systems, advancing the reorganization of the magistracy, establishing the civil division, which we have just passed a bill in the House of Representatives to bring into being, completing the rollout of the family court and handling of domestic violence offenses throughout Trinidad and Tobago, criminal procedures to improve trafficking in persons offenses and other sexual offenses, case management information system, and a number of other matters. Of course, the allocation of the executive to the judiciary is less than an ideal world, but I believe that the judiciary and the population will understand and accept that in the reality of the Ministry of Finance in consultation with the Ministry of Planning, having provided funds in 2025 to cater for contractual engagements and commitments on all projects that are already in progress in 2024. And the strategy that is employed by the judiciary will be to advance those projects, monitor the progress of works, and to engage with the Ministries of Finance and Planning at the mid-year review with a view to securing supplementary funding for new activities and projects once these projects that have already been funded are either sufficiently advanced or completed. And I'm happy to stand here today to take questions from members of this Standing Finance. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney General. Honourable members, the question is that a sum of $594,318,825 for head 03 Judiciary stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $594,318,825 for head 03 Judiciary is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We are at page 11. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, Judiciary Trinidad. Item 002, Judiciary Tobago. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, Item 001, Judiciary Trinidad. Member for Barataria San Juan.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I want to take the committee to line item 16, contract employment. The revised estimate for 2024 was $189 million, and this sum is now decreased by $39 million, so there's an allocation of $150 million for fiscal 2025. AGI flagged this concern in light of the comments made by the Honourable Chief Justice at the opening of the law term, where he indicated that there is, in fact, issues with respect to staff shortages. And one matter of concern was when he indicated that the only court that we have in the South region, which is the Princestown Court, it may have to shut down if they don't have the staff in order to service the building. Can the Attorney General, in light of this, indicate why is there such a great cut into this expenditure?
Well, I think I mentioned earlier in my opening that the executive is managing, and I think the judiciary appreciates that there are limited resources to share around the country. What I would certainly address with confidence is that the Princestown Court is not going to shut down. I would also say with equal confidence that the conversation continues between the judiciary and the executive with a view to ensuring that as and when further allocations are necessary and applications are made, if necessary at the mid-year period, that will be addressed properly.
But is there a specific reason for this decrease in the allocation from 189 million to 150 million?
I would say that the specific reason for the decrease has to do with the general management across the nation by the Minister of Finance and the government of budgetary allocations so as to allocate as equitably as possible among all state sectors.
Okay.
Item 002, Judiciary Tobago. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, Judiciary Trinidad. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 002, Commonwealth Bodies. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. Item 011, Transfers to State Enterprises. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Consolidated Fund, page 4 of the relevant book, item 005, Multi-sectoral and Other Services. A, Administrative Services. F, Public Buildings. Yes, Member for Barataria San.
Thank you. Attorney General, I'm at line item 006, which deals with the restoration of the San Fernando Supreme Court building. This building has been out of commission for some time because owing to the repair works that are ongoing there. In 2024, I have noticed that there was an allocation of $5.2 million for this project, and then there was only a spend of $563,000, roughly $500,000. So there's over $4 million was not used up based on the allocation given for this item. There have been many complaints by both practitioners, members of the judiciary, and also litigants in terms of accessing court facilities in San Fernando. Can the Attorney General indicate why the full allocation was not used up so that this project could be completed in a quick time?
Yes, the revised expenditure was significantly less than the allocation as infrastructural works by UDECOT was significantly delayed. This affected the ICT works that were to be executed by the judiciary to mitigate procuring of ICT equipment, which would have sat idle until completion of building works and risked the expiration of warranties.
Is there a reason for that?
And that you are asking for what? For the delay?
The delay, yes.
Instructed that the delays were brought on board as a result of difficulties that UDECOT was experiencing in getting the contracts going.
Yeah. Is there an anticipated date on which this building will be open to the public?
The anticipated date is the end of 2025.
End of 2025. Thank you.
Honorable members, we will now move on to the Infrastructure Development Fund. This is at page 181. Item 005, Multi-sectoral and Other Services. F, Public Buildings. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $594,318,825 for head 03, Judiciary, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $594,318,825 for head 03, Judiciary, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Attorney General. Thank you, Minister. In the Office of the Attorney General, thank you to the Deputy Court Executive Administrator and all the supporting staff from the Judiciary. Okay, so honorable members, again, I have to commend your efficiency today. Just before the suspension, I wish to draw to your attention that the order of appearances tomorrow has been changed, with the start being on the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, followed by the Office of the President. Circulars have been sent to you all individually, noting the change. The various ministries and offices have been notified of the change. So the change for tomorrow, the 5th day, is that we start with the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, followed by the Office of the President. Okay? All right, so and the Parliament. Honorable members, this Standing Finance Committee is suspended to Thursday, October 17, 2024 at 1:30 p.m.